Aha, I get the Pokemon Modifius.
Hopefully they'll actually share it this time.
Should we get the F-bombs out before we...
No,
Fuck!
do not, do not, do not, do not, damn it. I mean, I have the little warning, but still. Oh, God. So on the back of that, hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we are playing 2D20 Dune. Dune, and the name of this particular campaign is Dune, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. The name of the planet and its 2 moons. And today we're going to be figuring out what kind of player house everyone's going to be playing, and going into some of the details of where they are, what they plan to do, and maybe some character generation. We might have some time, maybe, to do a bit of prologue at the end, but a lot of this is going to be about establishing the house and figuring out what we're doing. And we have already shared some information. Everyone's kind of read a little bit and had some ideas, but this is our actual first sit down for what in the God's name we're going to be doing. Yeah. There is a thing in the under PCs, under characters PCs. There is a house sheet that I've put up, so we can you all will be able to fiddle with that and adjust it as needed. And I'll make right now I have, like you can see here, there is the major houses, well, the major house, the minor houses, the Silvani tribes, and the cult. But there's also your house, but, you know, it's a placeholder banner because, well, I don't know what your house's banner is yet, but I wanted to make sure in the graphic I knew where to put your banner.
Can we also get a folder under characters for supporting characters?
Sure. Yeah, because that's going to come up a lot.
Well, yeah, as a hereditary dynasty, I'm probably going to have to make several NPCs at the start of the game.
Oh.
No, I'll play your son, Daddy. Daddy.
Played a child in the Star Trek game, and it was fun.
Yeah, that I remember that. That was my favorite character for a while.
I've never played that. Sorry, I'm just clearing my practice run of character creation. Whoops, my bad.
Oh, that's it. You're kicked. Banned.
So
Trying to delete everything so I can start from scratch. There we go.
I want to throw out a pitch that I would like for this game to have us advanced a little faster than our last couple of games have. I know Modifius really tries to put brakes on character advancement, but I mean, I would like to advance on a nicely regular basis this go round.
Well, I can tell you that advancement in Dune, at least, is very player driven. It's based on what you guys do rather than what I like. If you run into one of the advancement things is me spending a lot of threat to make something really hard. You advance by failing at things. You advance by advancing your ambition. So the more you do those things, the more points you get that way. As for house advancement, from Houses Landsrat, I believe it is. I'm going to be doing it as a probably a monthly thing. So there'll be a monthly house management thing. So the house will advance fairly regularly. Nice. I didn't want to go too much faster than that. Like one of the suggestions, like either like monthly or quarterly or yearly.
Right.
I'm not going to do yearly. That's way too slow. Especially for the kind of story I'm going to be telling, where there's a lot of the idea being that these 3 planets, these 3 worlds, have a lot of movement politically. So,
yeah, I mean, I know the character advancement as the rules is written. I'm just, Traveler, of course, is super slow. It was 2 months of weekly gameplay between advancements for Fantasy Age, and I'm just kind of in the mood to, see a character grow a little bit better than in the other two systems we've been playing, which both were fun, but I'm kind of, ready for something a little bit quicker, particularly if it doesn't wind up being a longer term game. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yep. I'll be sure to spend a lot more points to kind of push you and try to push into the.
Yeah, because basically you advance by failure, which is not something I'm really happy about with the system, but
Well, the other one is me spending a lot of threat at once.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do big, so I can try to cause peril to happen a lot more often. I can more opportunities for big ambition to go. So you can get, in theory, you can get anywhere between 2 to 4 advancement points per session. Maybe even 5. Sorry, 5 would be the max if it's without pain and failure.
And generally, what does it cost to do upgrades? Like 15, 20 or something?
Well, you start it because there are caps on there too. So like your first new talent would cost 9 because it's 3 times the number of talents you have, and your next one would be 12, then 15, then
The number of focuses is 1 times total focuses.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more likely that we get 3 points an episode?
Once again, I would say that it would depend on you guys, because of how the system is designed currently. Because it's largely about you guys chasing down your ambitions and me pushing you guys as much as I can. So there is ways to get advancement points. Because you could, in theory, get none in an episode, but generally you would be... something should happen. You should fail at something. You should be pushed really hard at some point. You should be moving toward your ambition at some point. You should do something cool that's worth getting an attaboy point, the impressing the group advancement point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wasn't asking for a future prediction. More of like, when you played this with the other group, what did you see?
He didn't do it. He didn't use the advancement at all. And we didn't really advance because he know how it worked. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And if I'm remembering right, you could only increase each skill once.
139.
That's I think that's how it works in STA.
No.
You can increase disciplines more than once, but you can only increase attributes once each.
Right.
Increased in this way once, no more than 8 for any one skill.
And drives you can increase through play. Okay.
I think if we haven't gotten a I think we should probably talk again after 5 games and see what it was like.
Sounds good.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too miffed about like a slow or a medium progression, but if you guys are, that's fine. I'll adapt to whatever the group needs.
I would be fine with any kind of normal progression. I agree. We played a lot of Fantasy Age to get to like level 4.
Yeah, advancement in that one was fairly slow. And this Dune is probably the first. Well, no, I take that back. Fallout had a pretty decent progression. You got you got experience.
We were leveling up. Yeah, we were leveling up every episode almost, and sometimes twice per episode.
Yeah.
And that was entirely according to the book's rules as written, right? We didn't modify that at all.
No.
Because there was so much there that was in player control that was like, I'm going to declare myself now. That'll get me a point. Oh, I'm going to do this,
Yeah.
Well, that was in STA. Yeah.
Oh.
In the Klingon game, we were talking about Fallout, but yeah, in the Klingon game as well, it was much easier to get rep than a Starfleet game because it was about what you did, not what happened to you.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You based on how much you progress your ambition or work toward your ambition, your character's ambition rather, then that can be. You can get like 3 points if you do like a really big move. But even if you do a little bit, you're still getting at least 1 advancement point. just because you're trying to advance whatever your ambition is. Because that's the thing, ambitions are tied to your character in particular, not necessarily the house. Like, you may be working for the house, and we're all working together for the house's gain, but there's also some personal thing your character wants to do.
Do we get points for advancing the interests of the house, or it's the house gets points for having its interests advanced?
The house advances based on how well you do in house management. Every time you have a house management segment, which I'm planning to do probably in even session 1 or 2. I might wait till 3 so all of you are here. But like, I want to do one for the first month, the beginning of the game, and then at the end of the month you'll do another one. And based on how well you do on those checks, and because you get to do upkeep and figuring out what your house is doing and all that, and then you get two ventures for just the house. And based on how those go, you can like expand your territory, you can make your army bigger, you can make more money, you can build fortresses, stuff like that. So it's advanced based on whether or not you do well at those segments. You also can advance, it's not true advancement, but you can get like extra favors and extra bonuses during house management, because you have your 2 house management ventures, and then everyone gets 1 personal venture for that downtime action, essentially, where you're doing stuff that you're doing while you're managing the house. You're also pushing your own agenda amidst everything else, so it's a way to get favors and stuff like that. All of your advancement is from being pushed, facing adversity, failing at things, advancing your ambition, and impressing the group, essentially. Because if your ambition is, I want my house to succeed, then yeah, that will not just succeed, but like you want to do something in particular for your house, then that will come up a lot. You'll get points a lot of the time, as opposed to a much more edge case where if you're like, my ambition is to grow something, and you just never work on it the whole episode. It's like, well, you don't get anything for it. So it depends on your ambition, is the short answer to that.
Okay. That was a lot.
I've been reading these 2 books for the last couple weeks since we decided what we're doing, so I had to wrap my head around this so I could help explain any of it.
Right.
So the first thing before you make your characters really should be, I think, building your house, because then once you know what your house is, you'll have an idea of what the house needs, or what ambitions fit what the house is doing. Because if the house is like super warlike and you're playing a pacifist, then that's gonna be a problem. If you're a super warlike character, but your house is a super pacifist type house, you know.
Yeah. Besides like playing around with character gen just for, getting used to how it works, I've really held off on making any decisions until after we've got the house figured.
So where do we start?
I don't know if we're gonna end up doing it. Are you gonna do the cards or whatever?
The cards?
The safety thing?
I can throw those up if you want. We didn't use them last time, so I didn't bother putting them in this time around.
I mean, we don't have to go through the actual. We don't have to go through any actual process, but I did have some things to mention in that light.
Oh, feel free. Yeah, this is totally appropriate for it.
Yeah, if so, slavery does exist in DUNE.
Sadly,
I don't want our house to do it, and if any of, and I would prefer none of the houses in the system do it, because if they do, that's all I'm gonna end up doing is trying to undermine them, which may not work out with the story or what the house is doing. So it would just be easier for me to role play and enjoy it if it wasn't a thing we had to deal with.
So let me drill down on that. Are you talking specifically about bondage slavery? I mean, what about, wage slavery, economic kind of slavery conditions.
No,
like
no. I mean, chattel slavery specifically.
chattel slavery. Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine.
And
with that.
it's not a prohibition. If it shows up in another house, that could be fine with the understanding of it's not going to be a fun game for me unless a major part of our game is getting rid of it. Which, if that's not the story you want to tell, then it would be better for me if we just.
It'll definitely be a bad guy house thing. I'll put it that way. I won't have
Yeah.
any good guy houses or potential ally houses do it. Or if you are going to potential ally with someone who practices that, it's like, yeah, you get to be our ally once you quit that. Otherwise, we're not working with you. Our house doesn't, because some houses in the Imperium, they abhor it. They go, nope, that's wrong. It's legal technically, and you can do it on your world, but I don't have to like it, and I certainly may go so far as to declare clan league just to make you stop. Like, the only reason your house probably hasn't done anything about, like, say, House Harkonnen is because they're too big for now. But you know,
Well,
they'll
they're
make a ton of
also.
friends.
Yeah, I'm also not making a statement about the Empire in general. House Harkonnen has no place in this system, right? They're on the other side of the Empire.
Yeah, they have their own. They're off playing
So-
with Arrakis. They're not your problem right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more of just a statement that of almost certainly if it happens in this system, it's going to be a character ambition.
Yeah,
Fair enough. I mean, I'm a fan of Grant and Sherman, so I can get behind an anti-slavery campaign.
Less Grant, more Sherman. We'll be burning Atlanta if there is.
Oh yeah, I'm totally for that.
Nice.
I can tell you off the back that there's none of the houses that I've written, major or minor, practice. They may be cruel to their people, but they don't practice slavery here. So that I can tell you pretty confidently. That's a story. If that's a story you get into, that's something you're finding elsewhere in the Imperium.
Okay.
And the other thing to mention is, I mean, we've played a lot together, so I don't imagine it will be an issue, but especially if I end up playing the ruler, it's a hereditary dynasty. This character's gonna have a consort or two and a child, which brings us into territory about characters with romantic interactions that we have not done before, because almost exclusively we've played characters that are single, and if they did have spouses, they're not even named or in focus for the game. So just I don't really have any objections to bring up, just a statement to to think about.
Fair enough.
My 2 cents is that any game I've GM'd, I might, where romance is a key issue in that it's something that definitely will come in the story. And in Dune, it's a mechanic, to put it a little coldly. Romancing someone is a thing you can do for your character actually wants to connect with that person, or they're just using them. Or they're being used, either way. I will generally acknowledge it and point it out, especially when it mechanically matters. But I don't go into I very quickly fade to black. I'll put it that way. Like that's like, okay, and you two go off to enjoy yourselves. I'm not gonna go into the full dating simulation, because
That's good.
I'm pretty bad at running that. I've tried to do that. I'm not good at it.
I would and I would prefer it if like it could flatly state this: my character's going to try to be romantic with this person, be it the consort or for political gain or whatever, rather than actually have to roleplay that on Twitch.
Yep.
So.
Well, and it's actually a personal venture in house management. You can find yourself a consort that's not just for the house leader, but like any PC
character
can undertake that venture.
Yeah, I figured I was not shortcut, but like I plan to go ahead and make if I end up playing the ruler, make the nuclear family
Yeah, that
from the
totally makes
start.
sense.
Darn, I wanted everyone to flirt with me on camera. Jeez.
Well,
my,
I mean,
my 2
the
euros
character's
cents
going
on-
to have at least one, maybe more than one spouse. So I guess that's still on the table.
My 2 cents on this. Everything's fine. Just keep it tasteful and vulgarities, whatnot.
Yeah.
No vulgarities. That's fine. I'm fine with role-playing romantic things if people don't want to. That's fine. I'm willing to try it. Who knows if I'm good at it or not? We'll see.
As long as I'm allowed an occasional chicka wah wah as we fade out.
I mean, you can. I'd rather you didn't, but it's not a red light or nothing. It's not even a yellow light. It's just like, it's
Just a little cringe.
A little cringe, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I totally get what you're saying.
Cool.
Then onto the house.
Unless there's any other such ground rules anyone wants to establish, especially in regards to Dune, because we are in a new setting and stuff, so it's worth. You're right to bring up that we should probably go over the ground a little more.
How are you all with? Because I know Dune has this. Like, how are you all with? I don't know. Body horror, things like that. It has a lot of biopunk stuff as well, if I recall correctly. Things that are not normal. Is anyone squeamish about that? No.
No,
I don't. I will say I've never played a game with y'all where even when we've touched on things similar, that has been a problem. So
yeah.
I mean, we've
Literally ate a
touched
guy's heart
on-
once.
yeah, I don't know that we've touched on the kind of stuff in Dune, but the stuff we have
I think
gone
the most
over,
brutal
like,
we ever were was during the Klingon game.
Yeah.
I think it's the most brutal we were.
yeah, and then we talked about at most the worst thing anyone ever mentioned was beheading someone, right? It
Yeah.
was never worse than that. So
No, just Dune sometimes likes to, with how melee combat is structured in Dune and how it has to be, slow and very painful and whatnot, some people might be squeamish to that. So just asking straight up if anyone's, not into that.
It's worth
Yeah.
checking, yeah.
if it
Yeah.
takes more than one sentence to describe what you did, it's too many sentences. Right? Yeah, the behead, eviscerate, stab, kill, all
Right.
great. Right. If you have to mention specific organs beyond like arms and legs, then you've probably gone too far.
Right.
Oh, I have
Damn, and
all
here
these-
I was gonna say
Unless-
livers,
You're not a Klingon, so
Time to break up my Grey's Anatomy and start brushing up.
you're not gonna. Yeah, that was more in the romance section. This is not gonna be worried here.
No, the book, not the show.
The actual anatomy text.
Darn that show for ruining that book. Although the book's dry as hell,
Yeah.
so what do you want in an anime?
Yeah. As a historical artifact, though, I have an old one it's really cool.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think
So
we're good, and I think we're all kind of on the same page of wanting all the characters to be on the same page this go round. So
Yes, because like I said last time, I am so goddamn tired of facing adversaries all around me. So,
Yeah.
I'll play along.
so let's create something we can all get behind.
So
Yeah.
is there a?
Makes sense.
I know there's lots of. Where does it describe the start to finish process?
Page 86 of the core is where we start for house creation.
House.
First, we have to decide what kind of house we are. I recall you saying we're a nascent house, right?
Well, I leave that to you guys if you guys want to be a nascent house or a house minor. Story-wise, house major kind of puts you guys in a scope that's too big too fast, especially since
There we go.
I've played Dune once, and I've never run it before. So, well, I kind of ran it with Klingon, but not really.
Well, okay, in terms of threat, house minor gives you 1 threat per player for the beginning. I
Yeah.
think that's fair, right?
Yeah, I like the house minor because at least we start on a pretty decent play level. We've got one primary domain and one secondary domain. Particularly with some of the stuff we've been talking about in the chat, I think you're not going to see a house nascent with some of that stuff.
Yeah, and I've from my basic reading, I feel like a nascent house is going to control like a continent or something, right? It's house miners that start having their own moons or small
Right.
planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and actually, I can show you a bit to give you an idea of how much territory each kind of house has. It's worth knowing. And anyway, because this is from the extra book about how to hex out how much influence everyone has. So, if I can get my... Oh, I haven't. Just don't set the center. So, So House Valerian, the major house for these worlds, this is all their territory, right? That's how much a major house holds. A nascent house would be like the Silvani tribes, where they have some territory, but they're like this whole map here covers all usable hexes for the world, for the whole planet. And whereas these Salutaris and Agrestis are moons, and Agrestis is an example of a minor house that also expanded almost to his max. Agrestis has one more hex it can expand to, and then it runs out of usable space without like industrializing its city centers or overpopulating its areas.
Right.
So yeah, if you were a nascent house, you could fit on the planet almost. Even with that little bit of space, and actually even then you'd still be crowded. You'd still have to build up on the moon somewhere. Whereas if you're a minor house, you have the moon's yours. The moon is entirely yours.
And I'd kind of like to be a house that has existed for most, if not all, of the Empire's history since FTL, since the guild formed. Even if it's not never been a power within the Empire.
Yeah, and Houses Minor can be something that's been around since the Butler and Jihad, since the beginning of, since AG started. Because some houses have either have risen up and then just fell back down, or they just were around a lot and they just never really ascended. I mean, in the current backstory for Silvanus, Agrestis, Salutaris, there is a reason why there's no great house, even though all these houses have been around. At least 3 of the houses have been around since the founding of the new Imperium, over 10,000 years. So it's perfectly reasonable to be a minor house that's been around for a long time. Nascent house is one of those, like, no, that happened within the last century or even the last 10 years. Like, that's super new.
Oh, yeah. For the benefit of Bob, we kind of just talked about character advancement, and then we talked about handling romance and violence and things that are in Dune that we haven't really done in the other games.
To be fair, Rob's actually done that with Pinned and Gaishu. That's her name.
Gaishu, yeah.
Yeah, I said I've already been through that, so I am aware.
Boop. Anything else you wanted to add there for Session 0 stuff you want us to steer clear of, especially in Dune?
I'd say psionics, but considering we've got Bez degenerates, like fucking psionics.
Well, I was gonna have your character be the Kwisatz Haderach, so get wrecked, Paul.
He is the Kwisatz Haderach.
I don't think we could handle a pen in this universe.
Mechanical question. I know according to the Lance Rod book, it's like moons usually have 30 spaces, but a primary domain and secondary domain wind up taking like 35 spaces because it's like 25 and 10.
Yep.
So are we going to have to fiddle with that, or can you just make our moon have 35 spaces?
You basically would be doing the same thing that I would presume, for the sake of story, that you'd be doing the same thing that House Mavolis did, is that your house, having been around for a long time, probably expanded a little bit anyway. So you might be doing the same thing. Either you'd be expanding into orbital bases around your moon, or you've found more spaces on the moon that are viable. So I might just expand the map out that way, or pull this gray over, depending on how you want. If you want something to be up in orbit or down on the ground.
Cool.
I mean, actually, I was gonna say, yeah, if
Or-
we go with the idea of building highliners, right, it may be that most of our house is in space and we
Right.
still have moon left to build on.
Like most of your stuff's on this outer edge. It's like,
Yeah, most of the important stuff, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was kind of thinking that too. If we're building highliners, we're going to have orbital infrastructure.
because you have
So,
to.
like,
yeah.
So, we could do a bunch of stuff in orbit, and one of our minor, our secondary domain could potentially be something like, expertise, orbital habitats or something. But
I'll also say that if you want more ground, I would be this territory here is as of session 0 unclaimed. So you could have the moon and like have some resources, some assets, as it were, some of your domain on the planet itself.
I mean, if that's the case, and it seems like the primary focus of the house is going to be like highliners and such, if we wanted a place on the main planet, you could put me there, and it's like the representative. So I'm going like weapon master, but it doesn't always have to be just
Bug smash.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options for secondary domain that kind of work, and I don't even think they really have to be tied to the primary domain.
don't.
I would actually probably a big thing to figure out is how much of any military capacity we want, because if we want to delve into military stuff, then we might want a military focused secondary, right? And that could be something that revolves around Bob's character.
All right, fellas and lady. I think the first step definitely is to determine whether we're a nascent or a minor house. I think minor is the general consensus. Correct me if I'm mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about we put that in stone?
I'll let me get the thing open. So
Yeah,
that
do a
goes
little bit.
under house type. Oh,
It's
someone's
already
got it,
there
okay.
under minor.
Yeah, you guys can feel free to adjust that. It's like, oh, I was adjusting on the fly. It's like, oh, if you guys are gonna do it, then yeah, get used to it. 'Cause that's your sheet.
So
I want to jump around and not answer any of the questions on the sheet.
as a minor house, we get one primary domain and one secondary domain.
Yeah,
Now we have to
and
decide the area of expertise.
Yeah, and to clarify for the domains, your primary domain is the thing that you are unequivocally one of, if not the best, one of the best people at whatever that is. Or you're the one who produces that for the Imperium. Like, primary is a big deal. It's something that the Landsrad would know you for. Secondary is the thing you have a lot of competition, but you're part of the game. You're actually someone worth checking on, but you're not the primary. You're not the big swinging person in that particular thing, whatever it is you're making or doing. But you do other stuff. So if you don't have, say, military soldiers as a domain, that doesn't mean you don't have a military. It just means that the Landsrad doesn't look to you when it comes to military matters. That's not what they think of. They think of your primary domain, your secondary domain. Like, for example, the leading house, House Valerian, their main thing is pharmaceuticals. Like, no one looks, if people want good pharmaceuticals, they look to House of Kaz, the Great House, but for among major houses, they look to House Valerian.
Yeah, because like in house management, depending on what you use with your wealth or resources, you can set your military strength there without having to worry about it being part of your domains. It's going to cost you resources. So how do we all feel about being one of the houses that completes construction on highliners?
This would
Sure.
fall into the category of industrial or science.
Machinery, apparently. It says machinery includes spacecraft and large vehicles.
Well, it says
Or industrial,
industrial items can range from film book readers to guild highliners, so I think it would be industrial machinery.
Are we all good with that? I mean,
As for that being our area of expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because, you know.
No, wait, don't we have to pick one of the domains here, like artistic, espionage, farming?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we know we're going to build highliners, we're kind of down to like industrial, I think, because that's where spacecraft falls under their machinery.
Yep. Because you could have a primary and a secondary both be industrial, but you could have a primary be industrial and a secondary be Canly or artistic, you know.
Robert, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I was just I agree with if this is where we want to go. I was just looking for where you all are looking, but it's in the PDF.
Page 88, 89.
Yeah, I found it.
Industrial is not my favorite idea, but I am for it. But I would like the secondary one to be something else, if possible.
Any
That's
idea
fine,
what
yeah.
you were thinking for secondary? Did you have?
I was
secondary in
honestly
mind?
thinking if we're going to be like very brutalist industry, why not offset it with artistic?
Well, I mean, we don't necessarily have to be a brutalist industry. I mean, we could be a well-run industry. You know.
I'm also thinking about the architecture of our factories. You know, they're probably
Well-
going to be gray prefabs or.
Well, I
things like
mean, they're in space, right?
Well, it's one thing if we're going to be doing, if we wanted to go down, like say, the industrial route. What if our secondary aspect is farming, because that's also equipment. So our primary is space equipment. Our secondary is like planet-based equipment.
Yeah, I mean, and a couple of thoughts I had was because we know the planet to be livable, the moon rather, has to be terraformed, or you can build like sealed structures. So
Actually,
kind of
that's one thing I want to clear. I wanted to check with. I was waiting until someone brought it up. So, for Salutaris, I did give a preamble as to what it was when it was discovered. The hydrocarbon lakes, the copper lakes, the green dunes, if you will. You guys can have it such that either over that time, your house didn't really bother terraforming it much. They just kind of said, no, we're just going to build our little domes. We're going to build our things. We don't care that the moon's livable or not. We're going to make oases of livable space. Or, because it's been it could be up to 10,000 years you've been here, your house has been here. At some point, you might have tried to terraform the planet to some degree, especially, and made it more livable. You'll still have like copper lakes and copper dunes here or there, but they'd be, instead of you enclosing yourself from it, you're enclosing them as resources that you can use.
So like one of my thoughts was that our secondary domain could be like, science understanding when it comes to terraforming. That could be one of our things that we're really good at is terraforming previously inhospitable worlds. So there are lots of different ways we can go.
Yeah, I mean to suggest something towards what Jamie was saying, I think actually we could do a secondary that's also industrial, but it would be like expertise or understanding, and we could do some sort of some sort of school or way of doing industrial production that is not a 19th century coal mine. Or some way of building space stations that people want to live in, not just work in.
I don't know. My capitalist vision of the future is falling through right now as we speak. That's fine. Fine
Yeah,
for
I
me,
mean,
suppose.
yeah. Are you? So you're not so much suggesting like having a better vision of industry. You were saying like something to counterbalance.
Yes, like my idea of it was that if we're going to have like this brutal industry that I don't know, maybe crushes the minds of our workers, our secondary focus would be to restore the minds of our workers with our finesse and art and things that make people happy.
Yeah, I guess my counter argument is we don't have to be a Harkonnen industry. You know, we could be, you know, we could be a quote unquote enlightened, you know, industry where, you know, people get paid vacations and maternity leave and paternity leave, and you know, we don't have to be what we're used to seeing from the 2 or 3 examples in the Dune books and movies we have, you know. So I mean, I think just because we're industrial, you know, we're also like high tech industrial. We're building, you know, highliners and spacecraft, so we don't necessarily have to be, you know, the doom and gloom thing. So, but I mean, I'm good. I'm good with going a whole different direction for secondary domains. If we did farming for the primary, we could do artistic or whatever. So I'm good with wherever. I just think we have a lot of options, particularly with the narrative set up as Corbinian's given it to us.
I kind of was looking, and maybe I liked the idea of politics machinery, so couture fashion.
It's so weird that that's under political to me. That seems very artistic to me.
Well, so the people who can afford to buy it are all members
That's
of
fair.
houses, right?
That's fair.
I mean, why don't we? I'm just looking through the Silvani assets in Roll20, and they've got stuff like living structures. So why not work that into our secondary? The melding of pure technological with like biotechnology.
Um, I guess. Does anyone feel particularly strongly that they would like it to be something specific? Because otherwise, it sounds like everybody has some ideas, but they're willing to do something else, which is kind of a hard place to agree to something on.
Is
Um,
Shinki, you're kind of quiet. What are your thoughts? I have no idea if I'm pronouncing your player name right either.
No worries. In terms of a secondary priority, I guess it depends on what kind of game people want to get into. By which I mean, if we were to have a secondary priority of like, the way I see it is that our priority is going to flavor the game and also going to probably flavor what kind of challenges we run into. So if we were like, I think everyone's aligned on primary being industry. In terms of what challenges we want to face, I guess is what we should look at in terms of helping ourselves choose the secondary.
Some food for thought for you all. How do you all, if we're going in industrial, feel about espionage as a secondary?
I was actually thinking along those lines.
Oh, I guess that would be fine with me. The reason I suggested building highliners as kind of our primary is because that ties us more to the Imperium at large than to the system in particular. Like, we still have ties because we're a minor house that serves a major house, but also our business isn't supporting other houses, right? Our business is with the guild, which really ties us into the Imperium more broader. So
Yeah,
a secondary focus that ties us more into the system could be good.
well,
So political?
before we back off on espionage entirely, it's something I was thinking about too, and
That's what I was saying. I'm good with that being a secondary one.
because I think
I
there's
guess
opportunities for both ways, because we're going to have this special ongoing relationship with the guild. People are going, that's going to win us some enemies and opponents who are going to be trying to wreck that for themselves, so that we can tie an espionage to there. And then we've got all this other stuff going on in the system, which is another opportunity for espionage to be useful.
And
So I think
plus,
it feeds both.
from the industry side of things, the reason why I was thinking espionage is for highliners, there's a lot of potential subplots around there for espionage to occur, as in if there is like you mentioned, the industrial espionage side of things, but also potentially ensuring the security of our clients and that external parties don't, bug their ships or put trackers on them or what have you.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I mean, my understanding is that even as the house constructing a highliner, the guild doesn't want us knowing much about it at all, right? They only let us know as much as necessary to build the thing.
Yeah, like the way I see it is like, just kind of like with modern day military aircraft, they're not all built at the same place. So like some house builds the I don't know, the navigation system or the radar, and then somebody else builds the engine, and then ultimately all these bits get sent to us, and we put it all together, wire it up, put a hull around it. So we're finishing off stuff, but we wouldn't necessarily know how to build the various components. We just know how to put them all together and make them work together. That's kind of how I see highliners being built. That way no one house winds up with the secret complete.
My last suggestion outside of espionage, maybe towards what Jamie was saying, might be to have artistic produce, because then a lot of the noble families in system and a lot of the well-to-do people in system would be coming to our moon for recreation, right?
The only reason I suggested that because I'm a real sucker for like deep contrast. So on one side you have the grimdark industry, and on the other you have really flashy and exorbitant artistic industry. The theaters, museums, and whatnot. So that contrast to me really does it for me. Tickles that little itch that I have.
Yeah, I mean, I suggest it because it would be good, I think, for our second domain to tie us to the system in some way, but not enough to override any suggestions to espionage. If the other two of you feel pretty strongly about that.
Actually, how do you three feel about that?
I'm good with either of the options. Like I said, I'm compared to the other roles that are going to be played by the characters, I'm going to be playing the odd one out, so I could fit into any of these going forward.
Speaking of, Bob, did you see all the extra stuff for Gnaz Sword Masters in the Emperor book?
I did, yeah.
Cool. Okay, well, maybe since we seem to be having trouble settling on the secondary domain, maybe we put a pin in that for the moment and talk about what kind of house we want to be, kind of on a, I don't want to say meta level because that has the weird meaning, but I mean, what's our vibe?
Well, actually, one way
our-
to put that is your house traits, because that is the house traits mechanically, narratively are a guideline for what you guys are as a house, but also mechanically you can spend. There's your personal traits your character has, and then there you can spend to say, well, because I'm of house whoever, I can also spend momentum to go. I'm also of that house, by the way, so I have this trait as well. I'm leaning into my house's trait. Like, for example, House Harkonnen has brutal as one of its traits. Like, everyone in House Harkonnen is brutal. Not everyone has that as a personal trait, but they may... But because that's the theme of their house, any one of them could remind you, I may not be brutal all the time, but I am part of House Harkonnen, so if you want to step on my toes, I can become brutal really quickly. But also a very nice person goes, look, I'm not a super nice person in general, but I am from a nice house. I'm from House Atreides. We're nice people, so let me help you out. Yeah. Did you get 2 traits? I think like that. Hold on.
First one comes from our primary domain, so our first trait would be industrial. We're an industrial house.
Yep. And you get a descriptive trait. So your first trait is your industrial house. That is something honorable, brutal. And you can earn more traits later through mechanically through ventures.
Okay, so I figured to determine. Well, I'm gonna give my 2 cents. I want to stay as far away from military in this one as possible. God knows we've played nothing but military for the times we've played together. I would love it if we could explore something else. But if you guys want to play military, I won't be opposed to it. If it's
I mean,
I don't think
good
it's
with
not going to be it's not going to be the focus of the house, right? Because that's not going to be our primary or secondary, but it's going to come up.
It's gonna come up, and that's fine. That's fine. But I don't want to make it our core focus because we've played
I don't
a lot
think
of
military expansion is.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has really suggested that is.
So I mean, but to kind of further drill down on our vibe, like, okay, when Jamie hears industrial, he obviously thinks, dark, brutalist kind of thing, which I don't necessarily see as, being a must-have with industry. I think industry can be done differently. So I mean, is our vibe the dark, heavy, and brutalist kind of industry, or are we more of an enlightened capitalist monstrosity?
I'm fine with being an enlightened capitalist monstrosity, but in that case, I think we should choose a secondary that complements it well.
Like complements or contrast? Because before you were going for contrast.
If we want to be an enlightened industrial society, we should complement each other, not contrast.
Okay.
In my opinion, contrast would be artistic. So, industry and artistry are 2 very different sides of a coin, and they contrast each other very well. But something, however, like industrial and science complement each other. And I think that's possible in that way that you were saying, like if we want to be an enlightened sort of society.
I think we might.
Religion could also play a part in complementing industry, but that leaves a bit to be desired, maybe.
Actually, thinking about it, religion might not be a terrible way to go, because religion in Dune is very outcome focused. Right, the Fremen religion dictates a lot about how they live in accordance with being on Dune. So and the fact that highliners, I don't know, Jim, if you've decided on this, but I imagine like a highliner takes 10 or 20 years to finish.
Mm-hmm. They're long
So
ones.
yeah, so I'm thinking either like a secondary domain, artistic or religious, could work, because many people within our house will spend their entire productive adult life working on one highliner, right? So there might be some like religious or artistic ceremonies that go in with that, like, right, if you're turning 20 and now it's time to go get a job, and you're going to spend the next 20 years working on one ship, it might be kind of like a coming of age thing to show up on the ship your first day. Like, that is a major life milestone akin to getting married, right? Or the day the highliner you've been working on, right, leaves for the first time, right? That might be like something everyone on the planet turns out for to see it go. So I could see us marrying religion with that.
Well, and I could see us marrying art with that too, because
yeah, either way.
you're spending so much of your life, maybe we, like incredible, maybe our highliners themselves are almost works of art. They have all these, Baroque engravings and, entire, quarters open out to these big muralistic scenes and stuff. So, I mean, that because kind of like cathedrals, where people spend
like
their entire lives.
the ships in Warhammer, they're big cathedrals with grand displays of the Emperor all around,
And the inside of Highlanders can be, like, you are usually in your little personal shuttle pod that's kind of attached into it, but some people get out for walks if it's a long journey, like multiple stops.
Yeah.
And there are some of the Highlanders are some of the most luxurious places to be. And maybe that's what it's like. No, when you get a Highlander made from like, this is a Salutaris Highliner. Ooh,
Right.
they really they have a
they're-
very certain way they build their Highliners.
Yeah, like they're rare, but they're very pretty, right? Because obviously we're a small house, we can't make like a million Highliners, but we'll make a couple. They're out there.
Some people might even brag about it. Oh, I was on a Salutaris Highliner. They have it's different from the other ones. Like, oh wow, really? Oh
And
man, I
not
should
to
have caught that
mention,
one.
Outside of our industry, we'll still have our our regular support and patronage of the arts,
Yeah.
Which is, I think it's nice because it allows for a lot more interpersonal connections with our local populace and our workers who are working in the industry, because they need someplace to unwind after they've been working on the Highliners the whole day, and that's where the rest of the rest of our town comes in.
Yeah, kind of like as a byblow of that, the orbitals and cities and stuff are just absolutely gorgeous. There's we're known for our dwelling spaces and cities to be very artistic and beautifully decorated, and yeah, that's kind of cool.
So this might be our secondary domain could be like workers, artisans.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Oh, like you have like artistic artists. It's like no, we're not just mechanics. We're artisans. This is an artisanal Highliner.
like I'm thinking, the first day you show up for work on a Highliner, like it's a big experience to get your tools to be allowed to work on the Highliner, and then like, people take pride in their spot, what they did, the work they put in on a Highliner.
And kind of our socio-cultural ideal is the marriage of form and function into true beauty.
Yeah, I was actually thinking our second trait should be beauty.
Sure.
That's pretty cool.
See, the reason I'm laughing is because it's in our the backstory things, the Silvanus Chronicles, but The great house that likes Silvanus and its moons the most is House Akaz, and that's Akaz's whole vibe. We're not just drug makers. They totally are, but it's like they love incredibly beautiful things, and I'm just imagining further down the line to an allied major house down to a minor house. You guys are like, we love that idea too. It's awesome. It's like, no wonder I like these guys. At least one of these houses actually are concerned with beauty for once.
Right. So secondary will be artistic workers, like we're gonna call them artisan technicians.
Artisanal technicians, yeah.
Yeah. So, we're on Silvanus, right? That's the moon.
You're on Salutaris.
Salutaris. Okay. Yeah. It'll be like nothing on Salutaris ever gets done quickly, but it's always beautiful when it's finished.
Is everybody else okay with that idea?
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
So traits industrial and beauty or beautiful?
I'd say
I'm trying
beauty.
to think of how that would. Okay, so if I take on the trait for a scene of beautiful, I think maybe beauty works better. Because I could take on that trait, and so whatever it is I'm doing is absolutely gorgeous, above and beyond its form. That seems to be a more. I think I can see how beauty fits in as a playable trait a little bit better than beautiful.
Yeah, I would agree with beauty.
What a cool little house.
So is the trait gonna be industrial, or is it gonna be like industrious?
I know. From how I'm reading the book, it's like literally the example is House Mole, well regarded in poetry, so it has the trait artistic. So it's taking the domain thing,
the
names.
expertise, the primary.
Oh, okay.
But I would be willing to say you could reflavor it to say industrious, just because it's easier to say. Because the important thing is the GM knows what you mean. I go, oh well, yeah.
Hmm.
On a glance, I know your house is an industrious house. Like, well, they're certainly not a Can Lee house. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If
house.
industry makes sense, because I was trying to decide, does the trait need to be something that we can use referring to our characters more often, right? Because it'll be weird to my character. Sorry, go ahead.
The traits are used when your house is acting on its own, but also it's something you can spend resources to pull that trait to you. So it's something that you say, well, like if you told
my house is industrial, so I understand the intricacies of this business discussion.
Yeah, like I may not be a factory worker. Yeah, it's like, well, I'm just a factory worker. You don't know what my real struggles are. Look, I may not build cars, but I know industry, dude. I get it. And let me explain to you why I think this is a better move. Oh, okay. Well, of course, So you have a better understanding with other industrial houses than you would say, or industrial people than you would say a espionage house or a political house. Like your nobles have a better insight into that world than non-industrial houses.
And with our value of beauty, interestingly, the area that we have control over could be industrial, but designed to work in harmony with the local environment. So the factories themselves aren't just functional gray boxes. They are designed to not impede on the local ecology and be aesthetically pleasing.
If we were going to make a TV show out of this, everything would be white panels and glass.
Or solar punk.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way.
Okay, well, we've defined this. I have a suggestion for a banner that I'm just gonna throw out here. You don't have to take this, but it'll be great if we could include hang on, where are they?
I'll be
These
using
two guys. It'd be great if we could include these two guys in the banner.
As your house emblem?
Perhaps. Or one of these, maybe.
Actually, to give you an idea what I'm going to be using for banners, because the tool I used to make these, I'll throw that into the chat here. Grab it. Actually, to banner, what is your house colors? What are your house colors? You could have just one, but most have two. Generally. 2 plus an emblem to highlight who you are.
Well, what's the color of our moon? Green, you said, right?
Shadow green.
Well, that should be one element of it, I think.
And
Shadow
arguably
green
another color
over-
is copper, like because there are copper lakes. Like the shadow green comes from the copper particles that gather up and create that sort of shadow green look. But then there's the actual like so-called copper lakes, these massive blocks of copper that have like surfaces that you can see, that sort of thing.
If we're going to have an emblem, I would suggest our emblem be the color of our planet, so shadow green emblem over a burgundy red background, if possible.
I would suggest green and black because half the house is in the black of space.
Mm. There's a point in that, I think.
Did you link that tool?
I'm about to. I'm trying now.
Let's see. To my color wheel, what compliments?
Mind you guys, I'm partially colorblind, so don't take it. Don't take my advice, honestly, but
All right, so everything's red-green for Jamie.
There it is.
I'm only partially colorblind. For instance, our moon on this picture is slightly grayish in tone, so I don't think I can see that tone of green.
It is a grayish green color.
Okay, so I'm not too far off the mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. I generally
But
struggle
yeah.
with seeing shades of green and yellow and when they and blue when they merge all together. So it's not like
Gotcha.
full-on color blindness; it's just partial.
There's also a rare type of color blindness that's blue-yellow color blindness.
Hmm. Oh, I'm all rare, I guess. Although I prefer medium rare, but what can you do?
Sorry. Yeah, odd aside, I am not colorblind, but I once had 2 different students working on a chemistry experiment that required you to observe a color change. Unfortunately for them, both of them were colorblind and neither thought to mention it to the other. So they ended up wasting the entire lab period before somebody jokingly asked if they were colorblind. And one of the dudes was like, yeah, actually. And the other guy was like, no, shit, me too.
So we're using one of these. We're going to be on a kite shield. Okay.
We're on a dovetail banner. Is that right?
You are
Corby?
on a
There we are, that's better.
banner. So not dovetail, but the banner has the little. Oh wait, no, you're right. Dovetail. I'm full of crap. You're right.
Oh,
It's not like
neat.
I worked on these. Worked on the other banners, but a dovetail banner. Yeah.
So
And the dovetail is a highlight that I'm doing. Partly it's from the other banners I've seen in the House's Landsrat, but also it's like it. As long as you're a banner of some kind, it's just that if you go different, your banner will be aesthetically different from the other ones. Mind you, these other 2 banners are more. I don't know. They have these banners, but the 2 minor houses and major house have that same because they are all made around the same time. They
Generally,
were
fellas,
all settled.
the rule
these ones.
the rule of vexillology is, at least here in Europe, the way they taught us, if the simpler your banner is or your coat of arms is, the older your house is. So if you want to be in a really old house, we got to come up with something simple but effective.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want any quarters or halves because if you
Yep.
have quarters or halves, that you're referencing multiple lineages.
So our base color is this. What do you call it? Smoke green. What are you calling it?
Shadow green.
Shadow green. What's the hex code for that?
Let me get that for you actually, because I've had to mess with that a few times. Oh god, no. Graphics card, go away. You had your chance on Tuesday. God's almighty.
Sorry.
Ensley's pulling out the Pantone color charts. Holy shit.
Well, I'm playing with the thing he gave us, and you can. There's a place where you can enter that. I'm just trying to
Oh, actually.
see the color Corby's talking about. Honestly.
I like
No,
how
that's
you're
wrong.
coming up with the flag.
Ow.
I'm just looking for a good character token.
Shadow green's the closest color to it, but actually the color for that moon is a little. So hold on, let me get it up. I have it on the laptop, not on the main computer. Because I did exactly that. Because I have for our battle maps, for example. This was made using the colors of your moon plus the two other colors for the lettering.
Ah.
That way, especially for dueling map, I wanted ours to look a certain way.
This is going to take me 6 weeks to figure out the Dune personal combat thing.
It is. It makes more sense the more you do it. I've had to read it, although I will say I did have to read it multiple times to go, okay, I think I know what you're doing. All right. It is a different way of fighting, I will say.
Yeah,
put it that way.
because it seems to be all about being able to keep the initiative. Like you do your move, and then if you're in a position where you can keep, then you can actually strike. But I don't know. Maybe I can just avoid all that.
Just never fight. Just
No,
surrender every time I use violence.
No, just, never fight a duel. There are other things I can do to prevent duels from happening.
Surrendering, that's one of them. Make my life
Assassinate.
Using the romance system.
Using the romance
Yeah,
system.
Hey, that's why I'm here. If we ever get in a duel, you just send me.
Right. So I'm just going to assassinate all of my enemies from afar,
There you go.
99BF B6.
If we want to utilize two colors, there's a really simple way that we can do it. If we borrow from my country's flag, we have a checkerboard. And you can utilize both colors on the checkerboard.
It's true.
I want 1 star for every hex we have.
Oh, hell no.
And then
we are
a strike
not...
for each of the original hexes when we were a
No.
nascent house.
No.
So just
I
one
veto
star
this.
then. Ha 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 ha.
That way we can see our progress. As we move up, we get more hexes.
No.
I mean, we get more stars.
I will tell you, I'm not doing that. So I am not updating your banner that often. No. It's more work for me, therefore no. If it's a you problem, then sure, but me problem, no.
Where's the RGB values?
Also, those who are curious, this is the Armoria. The banners that you see on screen there I use Armoria from someone put it up on GitHub and to make your own banners. They randomly generate, but you can also like make your own and stuff like that. So I learned very quickly through that process that making just a white banner with nothing on it, it's like no, something's in the middle. Like find a white square. Then it's like okay, well there, that's as blank as I can get. It has like all kinds of banners, like all kinds of shields, all kinds of culture styles and stuff like that. I just happened to go with this particular design because I liked it, and it was close to what looked like in the Dune book, in the Dune 2D20 books. It's going by the Dune movies. Some of the flags are a little busy, like the one that they use in Dune Part 2. It's a very, very busy banner for the Fremen. I'm like, I don't like that as a battle banner. I really don't. I mean, at least you have the Atreides eagle on it, so points for that. But what I'm saying is, I'm a better artist than Hollywood artists. Please hire me. This is part of my CV now.
This episode brought to you by Pantone. Pantone, when you really need to know what color things are.
At least it's not the U.S. military anymore. Be all you can be.
Army of one, baby. Army of one. Okay, so there's that. And then you're talking about black.
Or red, consider.
Well, I believe red is complementary to that green, or at least some levels of red.
I have some experience in the design industry, despite my colorblindness. I think that is true.
I don't have any of that experience. I just paint models, and I have a color wheel, so I
Oh,
just
yeah.
I
That's
pretend
my
like I know what I'm talking about.
unartistic shot at it
Good grief.
Where are you?
in Discord.
A ball that's that shade of green on a black field.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
That's it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound quite so surprised.
Wow, okay, then tell us how you really feel. Damn.
Sorry, you usually
You sure you don't want to learn the dueling rules?
Whoops, sorry.
Smooth, endlessly smooth.
I know that's me. Yeah, I love the chevrons.
Yeah, I kind of a movement towards space kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm very behind this idea of the ball shade of green on a black field.
So how do you do it in the thingamabob?
Well, if Corby could do a white banner with a square in the center, I think we could do a black banner with a green circle in the center.
Yeah, you can. When you're moving the charge, you can shift it left and right and stuff like that, so you can adjust it. Oh god, I clicked on anything I didn't want to click.
Yeah, I'm not
Whoopsie.
going to take the time to figure out the controls to the banner thing since somebody else is already way ahead of me there. But yeah, I love the green and black chevrons. I say we keep those. The compass may be bigger. Maybe
yeah,
copper.
wait.
You can make the compass white. That way, it contrasts with the black and green.
Yeah, I mean, originally I had it as white, and it was like the full center, like it dominated the center. But so I could.
Iscam, were you thinking like a ball, like just a straight up circle on the banner somewhere?
Something like that, maybe.
And the center, like, yeah.
Mm.
It just dawned on me that your letters are the shadow green. I forgot that in Discord I colored your guys' names that. Doop. Oh well. Clever when I want to be, I guess. As everyone says, you're clever all the time. Does it make me feel better?
No.
That face.
Like that.
Because you're thinking compass like the
design tool.
design
yeah.
idea.
That's called a protractor, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of all the tools that are in, it's the one that's most associated with drafting.
What do people think? One hates.
Where are you finding the tools, Winchester? Like the images of the tools.
It's under charge.
Charge.
And then for category, you put it to tools.
Ah.
Because the nearest other one I could possibly think of is like pincers for building things, but you're going more
All right.
artisanal. Trowel. Oh, because gardening.
Yes.
I'm gonna grab that image if there's no objections.
And
Yeah.
the proper name of the guild is the Space Guild, right?
The Spacing Guild.
The Spacing.
Because I'm gonna at least show people what we're all talking about. No one can see what we're doing. I'll at least show them this. Let's see. Go to look up token stamp 2 roll advantage, which is a great site for making things. Not sponsored, just a great place to go. It's where I basically make all my tokens. I think a lot of people do too. Even like people who do like regular, I think D&D banners tokens are there as well. Boop. Boop, I say. Was there? Is it just me or the chevrons look off-center for some reason? Am I imagining things?
I think it would just. Yeah, I think it's just you.
Yeah, I think
The
I like
compass.
Winchester's better, honestly.
The compass is not like perfectly symmetrical, so that's probably.
Yeah.
The optical illusion I'm feeling right now.
Well, yeah, because the compass is centered, but it's not a mirror image of itself, right? So it kind of drifts left.
Oh, there's your green ball idea you were thinking of.
Yeah, but I think I like Winchester's better. It's got more contrast to it. So it is visually pleasing.
I like the pure black one, but I'm fine with either.
Why didn't I either of them so they suck? No. I mean, no, it looks great.
Yeah, well, you suck.
Aww. Being bullied by my players. Right, so I'll also put that on your house sheet. The white banner anymore. Banner of surrender. I mean, parlay. I don't know why I just copied that over again. I just downloaded the same image twice. That's gonna make me. Nope.
Yeah, cool. I'm pleased with that.
You would be.
I would be.
Yes?
Save. So that's now your banner's emblem in the thing, and I'll well. Player banner for now, because I don't know the name of this house yet. Boop. I said boop boop, dang it. And this is what your tokens would look. Actually, if we bring it over to the map. Oh god. I did something I didn't want to.
Bunch of
Here
buttons.
we go.
Go over here. Oh, you're somewhere.
Oh, I love the smell of new role-playing books.
I feel like that's a weird way of saying you like industrial bleaching chemicals.
Well, so
Oh, judgy much, God.
it's okay to like things.
All right, so we have our banner, we have our colors. So that also mean those colors are also that's all, and also the colors are generally what your soldiers walk around in, unless they're trying to be camoed. But generally, your soldiers want to be known who they're working for, because that gives them legal protection.
That's a cool
Well,
scheme.
Yeah, hey, good thing now, guys. Our soldiers are submarines that are camouflaging against the horizon.
Well, yeah, this is we're going for kind of a World War One like visual breaking camo where you can't tell how far away our soldiers are because of all the lines.
That's the one. Yeah,
Dazzle
that's the one.
camouflage. Yeah.
Or like making it harder to target something vital, kind of like how zebras' coats all are supposed to blend together and make it hard on animals.
So the query I have about the defining part about your homeworld before we move on to rules, what kind of homeworld are you guys having in this case? Are you going for the domed cities or the terraformed moon?
I mean, personally, I'd lean towards terraformed, but
Yeah, I agree. Like if we're to have all these like greenish lakes, because the color of our moon is greenish, I thought, why not say we terraformed it a little bit and, built into the green.
And it would also be in line with our house value of beauty.
Yeah, I would be in favor of terraforming. The domes I think would give us a feel of temporary occupier, right? We don't live here in our kind of like house consciousness. This isn't home. This is the place we're making money, right? But to terraform is like, we spent a lot of Solari and a long time making this home.
Which is a big contrast with Malvolus. Malvolus they have lots of industrial complexes that link into their domes. Like they could have terraformed just like you did all those 10,000 years ago. They just like, nope, we don't want that. We don't think that's practical. We want from their mindset, it's a very militant, we're getting the job done sort of thing. It's like, well, we're a different house. We want to live here. This is home to us, guy.
That and depending on how militant they are, it could also be their way of reminding their people not to step out of line because their ability to breathe relies on the house's goodwill.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead, run away. You can leave the dome anytime you want.
Yeah, I'm for terraformed moon as well.
Okay. So we have an image. So we have a terraformed Silvanus, Salutaris. So there's still all that greenery. I mean, it's still green. You've achieved. Your house is the sort that achieved what your ancestors dreamed the moon was gonna be. They were hoping it was gonna be this. It's like, yeah, it just took 10,000 years for it to look like this again.
It also kind of fits in with the idea of like, viewing the long game. We're willing to not get things done quick, but get things done right and to look appeasing. Kind of like the people who started this were fine knowing they wouldn't see the finished terraform project.
Yeah.
So aesthetically, are you thinking your towns the settlements that you have? Are you thinking they're like dense cities, more artisanal towns? Or is everyone like in their own little workshops dotted across the entire moon and up in the orbitals?
I think maybe towns are organized along occupation, maybe. Like the there might be a town of people who the people that live there install sensors on highliners or something. Like that's what the people in the town do. That's what the buildings in the town are for.
I don't know if I'm on that track. For one thing,
I take that back because
it really messes you up if something terrible happens to that town.
Also, I think about that would push us in towards generational labor, which I don't know that we want to get into because that can be kind of dark.
So, but I see like with what we've done, our towns are very I don't know, I get a sense of like with industrial and our kind of artistic, we're thinking is, lots of metallics, but beautiful metallics, well worked, lots of, the buildings themselves almost are public spaces of arts. We don't go at all into that kind of brutalist architecture.
We don't like gray boxes.
Right.
Like the rest of the
Well,
Galaxy Imperium may wish to gray box itself. No. We're above that. We're artisans. We like to live in comfort.
The flip side is sometimes we err a little bit too far on that side, so that, from certain angles, sometimes our towns and cities can look just kind of like a mishmash. There's a little bit too much going on there. It's a little bit too Baroque.
So no gray boxes is the consensus.
Right.
So
But what about gray boxes flanked by nice Baroque buildings?
Right.
We have the gray box because that's how you build things sometimes. That's how factories build. But we make our gray boxes look awesome.
Right. And, I do think we have a good bit of orbital infrastructure and orbital habitats that follow our same kind of aesthetics. Because, so much of our business is going to be in orbit. And there again, I see like the highliners we build being like, okay, yeah, they're big tubes. They're big tubes. But once you actually start approaching the tube and you see things, there are these incredibly beautiful, carvings and sculptures and outcrops and stuff.
Okay.
But I would say like maybe not a bunch of big cities, but I don't know, the moon's not terribly huge. 2 or 3 large population centers and then various smaller ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't have. It sounds like you guys don't favor a very high density cities. It's like you have medium density towns, and then people spread out a little bit into the various. Because some people live near where they work, but there's places that it's like, no, this is just where a lot of people happen to live.
I think maybe most, like maybe half or more of the population might live in small townships. But I would suggest there not be a few decent-sized cities, but one massive city that might be around the spaceport or the space elevator, however that's going to work.
Are we going to be able to start with something like that, or is that going to need to be like our first house venture is the spaceport kind of thing?
There are certain things you get because you're a house miner for free. There's some suggestions as to what that is, but we can shift that. It's like, well, yeah, you've been around for over 10,000 years. Even as a miner house, you still have something.
Because like if we build spaceships, then it kind of makes sense that we have a solid space infrastructure already in place.
Yeah.
So what's our next question, Corby?
Next question is none of your damn business now.
Well, fine.
So how do you think your homeworld's crime rate is like? Is it a very peaceful place? Is it incredibly violent? Are you guys like super harsh on criminals or very lenient on them?
Intellectual property crime is massive.
I would kind of think that because we've put such a focus on artistic work, we have to have artisans. To have artisans, you have people who take many, many years to train to do something good enough to where they're allowed to work on the Highliner, right? And to get those kind of people, you can't have the kind of environment which crime dominates in, right?
Right.
So I would think relatively low crime. And I would think being around townships that a lot of day-to-day law is handled by some like appointed village functionary who's lived in that town, who knows everyone in that town. Very kind of sheriff-like. And then there's probably like a specific high court or something, or some like specific enforcement around intellectual property, especially because one of the house's greatest fears, right, is the guild getting mad because someone stole their information. So like
I have a suggestion, if you're
Sure.
willing, that the majority of our crime, I say we have some crime, but the majority of our crime is not violent. It is instead administrative in nature and bureaucratic in nature. Corruption, mostly. So, you suggest, village sheriffs and courts of justice and whatnot, but here and there's going to be a corrupt judge.
Like, you're not
Or
seeing
a
violent
corrupt
crime. You're
sheriff.
seeing a lot more white collar crime than
Exactly, like cooking the books and being just an overall bureaucratic nuisance. Lots
yeah,
of
I
red tape.
mean, in line with what I was saying, kind of a law enforcement and community management being more of a local thing, it leads to massive corruption at the local level, right? Because there are there are small people who have big jobs, and that leads to
Right.
that
Yeah.
leads to the
Well,
kind
but
of
he's my
HOA
cousin.
type corruption.
Yeah.
So
And I think we have really stringent copyright laws.
yeah, that I would say intellectual property is probably like anything that even touches on that can't be handled locally. It's got to be brought to the
Yeah.
city. It's got to come before the house, right? Because you anything that could violate the guild or our work is
Right.
monumental.
Plus, I mean, we're art is a big part of what we do, and that's intellectual property.
like, yeah, on your world, it's one of those like, oh, I got away with that on this other world. No, you're on Salutaris.
Right.
We take that way more seriously here. You're on our world. If you really want to appeal it, go ahead. Appeal to the major house, see what they care. It's like, that's their moon. They know what they're doing.
Yes, like I'd say the judges and things could be corrupt about everything that's not intellectual property. Intellectual property will follow the law to a T, rules as
Right.
written. But everything else, slide me a couple of those Solari, you might be able to skate a deal.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
It's either that or this problem is not related to intellectual property. Have fun waiting in court for the next 15 years.
Because you're
I guess
last on the docket.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like, right, a village has a few officials appointed by the house, and if the officials in that village, are moral, upstanding people, then maybe that village doesn't have corruption. But then again, someone from some village might get appointed who is devious or wants to engage in corruption, and then just that whole village becomes a
Right.
corrupt kind of a breeding ground for corruption, because there is not harsh federal enforcement.
Further along, how content would you say the people are? Like, how do they respect you guys? Or are they scared of you? It sounds like you are a nice house. Like, you sound like the kind of house that looks after your commoners. Commoners are very much at the mercy of their nobles. If the nobles want them to be treated poorly, there's not a whole lot a commoner can do. But if they look after you, if you're looked after, then yeah, your noble's looking after you very well. Sounds like you guys are more on that latter front. You're more support patrons of the arts almost.
So I did this past week a little bit of off the cup calculations when it comes to like house management, because populace, how your house your people feel about you is part of that.
True.
So my quick calculations were that we would probably need 50 wealth for our kind of average deal, which would give us like a planetary defense level, which is a difficulty 3 to be attacked. We give us a population loyalty of acceptance. We give us a lifestyle of noble. But that's before I even, and it would, what else goes into that? And then it would keep the house skills at the level they start with. And that's before we decide whether or not we're paying people to take the roles. Now, if we want population loyalty to be more than that, we're adding another 10 wealth to it. So we go up to a 60 wealth. And to give kind of an idea of that, where is the... Once we figured out our domains. Beginning of this. Statistics. Domains. Income. There we are. So we're doing industrial machinery. So that's going to get us at 12 resources, 32 wealth each time we do house management, plus artistic workers. Oh, wait. So actually, minus 6 wealth plus 3 resources. So 15 resources and 24? No, 26 wealth. Because it's plus 3 resources minus 6 wealth. And then our artistic workers, that's going to get us 3 resources and 24 wealth.
That puts us at just shy of 50.
That's 26 plus 24.
Oh, no, that is 50.
Yeah. So like that puts us with our population being, they accept us. You know, they don't hate us, they don't love us, they're okay.
You're
That
doing
gives
what
us
you're
a
supposed to do as a noble.
Right. That gives us like a decent ability to resist outright attack. It makes it a difficulty 3 to, you know, do a military attack against us, whatever. And that also keeps our house stats where they are. Now, of course, you can trade resources for wealth or vice versa.
Yeah, if there was a way to get a little bit more, I would. Only because I kind of feel like this kind of management means that generally anytime the population has problems, they're gonna blame local leaders. Like, right, it'll be, if only the count knew, right, this wouldn't be it would be very like autocratic.
If only the Tsar knew what was actually going on in Russia.
Yeah, then right. So they don't hate when things go wrong, they don't hate us. They hate their local leadership, right? Which is a good kind of insulation to have when you're a noble family.
Right.
I mean, I was thinking that could also be a good thing, because I'm essentially going to be trying to maybe fill that role as sheriff or in charge of the army or police, so I can deal with the on-ground stuff.
Yeah, it would be,
because there is the house marshal. That's what you're describing. A house marshal is the law enforcer of the house, as opposed to a local sheriff or
right.
Well, I guess let me ask you then right along that line, and the happiness of the population, do you think you want the character to be viewed good by the population as well, or are you taking some heat from for the house because of your style?
I could take some heat from the house. I don't have to be the most popular member of the house, but I make sure to be fair.
Then maybe we do fall in the kind of acceptance.
So we'll drill down into the nuts and bolts there. I wanted broad strokes of what kind of homeworld you are. I have an idea of what you're, because that gives me an idea of when I think of stories that are just Salutaris stories. I now know what, because I had a very rough idea what Salutaris was as a blank slate. I knew it had what it looked like without your intervention. Now I know what it looks like with your house having transformed it into this whole other world.
Well, and the nice thing is if we start with like a spaceport, it makes we can convert resources into wealth and vice versa much more on a larger level than we could without a spaceport. So, but I'm glad all that reading and math paid off.
The next bit, I do intend to circle back to Houses of the Landsrat and the domains in particular. It's good that you did some of the prelim on that though, because that you will need to figure that out because we are going to use that. But I do want to move on to what roles you're all going to take, or what you guys want to take anyway, because and this, I guess this has matched with the book as well, with the Landsrat book as well. When you choose roles that you are of the house, this is starting from God's Almighty, 92 and onward. In the core, the roles are you're the architects of the house. Even if none of you chose ruler, the architects are the people that make the house do things. They are the reason the house is going to be doing something extraordinary. Because of Houses of Landsrat, they have certain roles that may have supporting characters that cover other roles that you don't cover, but they actually are like real statted out like support characters. You might have people who do those things. You may even stat out an heir, for example. It's like, no, I want my heir to be more mechanically weighty. But if you don't stat them out, it is entirely possible that certain roles just aren't, even roles you don't cover. Like every house has a house treasurer, but if you guys don't have one, like as a player character, then your house has a treasurer. Every house has one. It's just that they don't do anything extraordinary. They are just kind of, they do their job the best they can, but don't look to them to do anything out of ordinary. So in that sense, the roles that you choose will dictate to me what I'm throwing at you. Because if you, in general, if you don't have I'm trying to look for the word and it's failing me. Like if you guys don't have a war master, then warfare generally will be oh god, things have gone really sideways problem, because that's not how you guys deal with problems. Your house deals with problems through other means, because it's dealt with by the roles that you approach the situation. That's how your house solves problems.
Question. Can a singular person hold more than one role?
I'm going to double check. I don't believe so.
Well, it is worth noting that in the house management phase, each role has a particular superpower when it comes to that. It's on page 95 in the Landsrat book. One day I'm really going to need to learn how to pronounce Landsrat.
Landstrad.
Landsrat?
There's no T. I keep saying Trod as well. It's SR Rod, so it's Landsrod.
Landsrat. Okay. Sounds Dutch.
Probably.
Well, the two things that Mr. Herbert liked the most are the Dutch and the ever-glowing light of Islam. So, you know.
Only because of the time they were fighting the Soviet Union, because he was very reactionary.
So what roles was everyone hoping they'd play as their primary?
I'm looking for ruler.
I was thinking Spy Master.
I was thinking Swordmaster.
Mm-hmm. Okay. New player? I'm sorry, what should we call you? Do you have any nickname that we can call you? Because your username is really hard to pronounce.
You're muted currently if you're saying something.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward Marshall since somebody else wants Spy Master, and I can make my character concept work with either role.
Well, and honestly, I could also go for advisor or envoy, if you really had your heart set on Spy Master.
I did not. I meant that sincerely.
Okay.
My concept works for either role equally well.
What is your concept?
Yeah, I'm the one who does it right
Yeah.
now.
I'm leaning towards a character who's quite very loyal to the house, and at the same time kind of a for want of a better phrase, ends justify the means sort of person. But if there is, a way to what's the word? Like, long story short, in the case of being the Marshal, this character would be one who will do what is necessary to preserve the legacy of the house. And they will do so while upholding the secondary values of the house, if possible. But if not, the house takes priority.
Yeah, kind of like, I don't want to burn this town to the ground, but if I have to, I fucking will.
Yes.
That kind
exactly.
of works with what we're talking about too, because with the way we were talking about the justice being set up, you're not really involved in, like, John and the Watertown stole, someone's prized collection of hammers or whatever. The local law
I
enforcement
genuinely
does
don't
that.
care.
Yeah, but when you get involved, it's those fears of intellectual property, those fears of anything that touches our work with the guild, and then the house does want you to come down like a hammer,
Yes.
and get it done.
And I could also see the Marshal working in close collaboration with the Spy Master, and vice versa, probably, honestly.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's also one of those things where, a certain level of corruption is expected and acceptable and kind of built into the system. But there are times where things get out of hand, and then all of a sudden the marshal shows up, and so the marshal has to be somebody that when they show up, the entire corrupt town goes, "Oh fuck, we have gone too far."
The house marshal's
Yeah.
here.
Right.
Someone's really screwed up.
It's one of those, like, my presence indicates, oh, and that was the moment they knew they screwed up.
Yeah, it's the marshal doesn't show up and no one get arrested, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. If the marshal has to show up, it's beyond a doubt that they have someone in mind to arrest.
And
That's
the other key point in my character's concept, for want of a better phrase, is their social image is very different from their actual degree of aptitude. In that, if you encounter this person on the street, they seem like a very jovial, friendly person until it comes down to business.
Right.
So,
Like just the other day, I was singing bawdy songs with the marshal, and then tomorrow the marshal kicked in the guy's door and started arresting everybody.
So yeah, I'm totally going to go for Benny Gesserit Spy Master then.
Ooh,
cool. It's all yours.
Benny Gesserit witch.
Take that back.
Make me.
I just did.
What are you thinking there, Jamie?
I don't know. I'm torn. I'm very, very
What are
torn.
you torn between?
Honestly, Scholar doesn't sound very intriguing to me. I'd avoid that just because it says, you're left to your own devices most of the time, and goddammit, I want to interact with others. So, for me, it's
could be an envoy.
It's between chief physician and treasurer. Honestly, I'd like to be a soup doctor. Or
Soup
a
doctor would be
physician.
powerful. They are.
Yeah.
That's a very
Yeah.
powerful role.
And there are lots of cool new talents and stuff for him in the, I think, Lansrod.
Yeah, either
Lansrad
that
book.
or a Mentat treasurer. I think I'm fine with either or. I'd honestly
Both would be
say
very powerful.
Yeah.
which one do you want more? I'll play either.
If
Hmm.
if I was going to make a suggestion, it would be treasurer. I feel like if Bob goes swordmaster, he's always going to be really present around the ruler or the ruler's family, and so you would be getting into that same kind of area as the chief physician. But if like he went war master, then you might take chief physician as the person who's like always around the ruler. But since if he's going sword master, then treasurer being someone who's more of an advisor than like someone who's always around the person of the ruler might be the way to go.
And
I mean,
on the house management side, a treasurer adds +10 wealth to the house at each session. Chief physician is considered trusted, to have the trait trusted for every member of the house, and all troops are at a +1 to their quality because they're in better physical shape.
I mean, the only thing I would put forward, if for Jamie to go treasurer, is this really seems like a game for Arillis.
I know, but here's my major qualm with it. I do that every damn day of the week. That's my job.
Well, then go for the soup doctor.
You know what I'll do? I'll flip a coin. I always decided it like that. Where's my points?
Oh, and with a marshal, we get an extra resource point.
Oh, nice.
Because people feel
Here,
safe with the marshal around.
Heads. I have the man with 4 arms and 4 legs, the Da Vinci Man, you know, and I got
Vitruvian
the
man, yeah.
yes, and I got the 1 euro on the other side. So the man is the physician, and the
He's the
number
perfect
is the
hero
treasure.
for this.
Yeah, you really did.
There we go.
It is as written.
Oh, that was a big one. All right, let's see. It is man.
Yeah,
Your
he's a
physician.
Physician.
Chief physician. It is.
Yes.
And again, a lot of cool new talents and stuff.
So I need to kidnap your family.
Mm,
Become a soup
eh,
doctor.
Bold implication that I'm going to have a family.
I'll give you a family. The
You'll
family
have
you
a
never
family.
wanted.
See, I love how everyone has a role.
Oh,
Yes, I too love how everyone has the role.
Did you cut out there, or were you just like really excited for?
I think Bob, you may have got out there.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Swordmaster is essentially like the big oh shit button.
Yeah,
What's the
it's
Swordmaster
the-
special.
someone breaks into the building and tries to kill the ruler. It's like, and the swordmaster steps forward.
I was
Well,
actually
okay,
thinking,
but-
have you?
But
Have,
listen to this though. The Swordmaster should pick 2 weapons they have been training house soldiers with. All of the house soldiers are then considered to have a focus in both of those weapons. If not otherwise occupied or unable to move freely, a Swordmaster is always close enough to the house's ruler and or heir to provide protection as a bodyguard, so long as they're on the same planet.
Yeah, I was thinking like spears and las guns.
Ah, not last guns.
yeah, we don't want to touch las guns.
Right. We don't-
Mm.
Whoa.
Accidental
shield
nuclear
and we're in
explosions
war.
are going to get us nuked.
Right.
No, but like spears and something with a
Something range.
What are they?
yeah,
Mala-
something ranged.
Mala pistols or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or throwing weapons, right?
all right. So
Have
we
you thought of?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask you if. Well, it's more of like building characters together, so it may. I can wait.
The next bit is enemies. As a house miner, you have 1 minor house enemy. Someone out there doesn't like you. How much they dislike you? We'll roll for that. But of the minor houses, there are all the ones on this lower end. They are listed as well under NPCs. You should be able to see their
Right.
bio info. So everyone in the lower area, so Arconis, Malvolus, the Silvani tribes, and the cult of the Redeemer Inquisition, they are all the local minor houses that are also here, and you're one of them. If you don't want to choose among these minor houses, I can give you other choices from other minor houses that are aligned with other great houses that don't like House of Kaz, because House of Kaz happens to like you guys, so by extension you might have been, because in the sort of prehistory of the game, and actually that's a question I might even ask here. It may be relevant to your enemies, but Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, as of current time, there's a war between the great houses of Akaz and Mori, I forget their name now, but there's two great houses who are fighting each other, and your houses are distantly helping Akaz with that. Like, it's not the primary thing you're doing now. It's more of Akaz is now like buying a ton of stuff from you guys. From your house, it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot they may buy like cool art from you or something like that, but it's like they don't buy Highlanders from you, because that's not, you know.
Yeah, but are we just doing Highliners, or do we like do Highliners and other spacecraft?
Like, Highlanders may be your bread and butter, but it's like, yeah, we can do, it's like, hey, look, if you want to set aside a bunch of Solari and buy a bunch of small craft, sure. Like, you know, you're a great house, you know your credit's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just figured, like, you know, the Highliners are these multi-year, maybe multi-decade projects, whereas, you know, we have all these shipyards. Why not? You know, that's.
But I was thinking
well.
we didn't. We had one large shipyard to build one Highliner.
Okay.
So, of other minor houses, it could be houses that are either with
House
Moritani, there we
Malevolus.
go.
House Malevolus seems like a nice house to have a rival.
Yeah.
As a rival.
Yeah,
I was
they
thinking
seem
that.
counter to
Well, I was
Let's not
kind of
pick the
thinking
one that is the big badass military one.
yeah,
Yeah.
because we are not aiming to be militarily strong, so their greatest strength is one of our greatest weaknesses. So I feel we shouldn't choose them.
Scared?
Yes.
It just seems like the worst enemy to pick, because they're going to be the best at defeating us.
If you're in Dune, paranoia is a virtue.
I mean, true. But I still think it'd be a fun challenge.
So Ikaz and Moritani are currently.
They're currently at conflict right now. They're part of like a long-standing Ken Lee battle right now, War of Assassins. Atreides is supporting Akaz as well, primarily because Duke Leto was going to marry a lady of Akaz until she was murdered at her wedding. So he's Atreides kind of has a stake in the game. Meanwhile, of course, because Atreides is involved, Harkonnen is supporting Moritani. So it's like this proxy war, except Akaz, as a great house, is kind of caught in the middle. Meanwhile, you guys are just helping Akaz because they've helped out your planets from time to time. So there's a reason why you might have enemies within the minor houses of Moritani or the minor houses of Harkonnen. Or even just rivals in Atreides. Like, it's like, well, it's actually among our fellow allies, we're competing to be the most helpful.
I kind of thought I would enjoy a ruler who, military stuff is not our strong suit.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of thought it would be interesting if the previous ruler had sent my character while they were still in the air to go serve in the armies of other houses, to learn that, to make up for that weakness.
So you're at least educated on military stuff, because you don't want to. Like, we're not letting Malvolus teach you. Why? Because we don't get along with Malvolus. We're not enemies of theirs, but their aesthetic's totally not our aesthetic. We don't believe in the same things.
So, I mean, if we wanted someone who hadn't been a foe for a long time, it could be someone that the ruler has faced off against, actual fight. That's where the bad blood comes from. But if I had to choose someone in system, it would probably be Arconis. As two non-military focused houses.
Didn't they join with Valorian?
Duke Arconis is the Duke consort to Duke Valorian. So there's
Okay.
a Arconin Valorian alliance, but Valorian is the major house in the between the two.
So the houses are not. The houses aren't united yet. Like they'll be held in personal union by the heir of these two dukes.
That is both lineages are being maintained. It's just that for the current generation and hopefully the future generations, they're both going to be. They might, in future generations, they might choose to meld. They haven't made that call yet, so they're not. Because usually when you marry, you would naturally just merge the houses. It's like we're just a new house, or we absorb your house. Your house no longer really exists. They haven't pulled that trigger. They're kind of still two separate houses still. Whether they
that's what I mean by personal union. That's when you have like two kingdoms, but they don't share any military. They don't share a legal code. They have no connection other than the same person rules both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So like, is one heir going to inherit both houses, or is it two heirs?
Two heirs.
Okay,
but
so it's not even
for now,
union.
the arrangement is the heir of Valorian will be the major over Arconis. Much as they are the major over you.
But we could always just go the obvious route and be the artists who have no time for the religious fanatics.
I mean, I'm always up to say no to the religious fanatics.
Yeah.
Unless I'm playing Chio, then I'm down to be a religious fanatic.
Right.
I wouldn't be against being in line. What is the Redeemer Inquisition? What is their major thing? What's their major religious push?
So they are a... If you're being generous, they are a sect of the Orange Catholic faith. If you're being a little more cynical or more real, frankly, they're a heresy because they believe that House Malvolus has a sacred holy mission to hold all of Silvanus and to purge the Silvani tribes from the world, and that the Silvani tribes shouldn't be the ones working the Silvani sap. It should be Orange Catholic faithful, which in the Imperium is one of those, that's creepy. Like, look, some of us read the Bible, sure, but like, we don't purge people about religion anymore. That's like a 10,000-year-old thing. We don't do that anymore.
They're a genocidal cult.
Which means,
I know
mean,
where
if
my
we...
vote is.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I know where my vote is now.
Yeah.
But it's choosing them automatically going to force us to also be against House Malvolus?
It depends. It depends how much you make it Malvolus' problem. If you make it just the the cult of the Redeemers problem, Malvolus is looking out for themselves. It's just as long as you don't start stepping on as long as you're stepping on Redeemer toes and not Malvolus toes, they're not going to care. Like any other.
So it's like if we limit our actions against the Redeemers to our world and the main world, we're not going to bring Malvolus into it. Now, if we tried to go root out the Inquisition on Malvolus's moon, that would probably spiral, right?
Yeah, because they'd be like, "What are you doing on our moon? Why aren't you consulting us?" It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't be allowing them to support you. It's like, well, because for them, they're a convenient ally to have. It's like, well, you're cheering me on anyway, and I want control of the world back. So, sure, if you're going to help me get into power, I'm all for it. But if you become a problem for me, I'm not going to help you anymore.
I mean, looking forward, that could be a great way for when we transition to a greater to a major house or something, right? Or when we are ready to step up the level of difficulty, is we've kind of done, we've fought the Redeemers on multiple fronts, political, diplomatic, whatever, and now we're ready to root them out and accept the the violence with House Malvolus as part of rooting them out in like a future step up. So I would be fine to just choose the Redeemers.
Yeah.
Here I thought everyone was gonna like. All right.
I would be all for joining the esoteric cult if the esoteric cult wasn't genocidal.
They're
like if
just
all we did was
purifying
like
the planet of the unworthy. That's all.
Like if you just got to like I don't know, do some face paint and like smoke some like inhale some incense and do the sacred
those
rituals.
Are the people they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah, I'd be down with those people, but
yeah, that's the Silvani.
So your enemy, you can put, and you actually put this on your sheet because they are. See, the thing with enemy is that one, it's a clear backstory reason. You have a reason why you have it. Someone has a minor house, you're bound to make an enemy at least. And also mechanically, even if they're not involved in whatever you're doing, like say you're doing something on another world, or you're on Malvolus and you're talking with them about something, I can spend threat, and then for some reason, a Redeemer Inquisition agent is there, and it's like, oh, why are you here? Like, well, we're doing our own thing, or we're trying to stop you from whatever it is you're doing, just out of spite, or we're actually the reason why the bad thing you're trying to stop, we're actually the bad guy for whatever reason. But enemies can kind of pop up whenever.
Okay.
I do have to spend resource for them to pop up if I wasn't planning for them to pop up.
You want to tell us what the rest of the details are to fill out? Type, hatred, reason.
So hatred, they are a rival. They seek to bring your house down. They're trying to spread lies and gossip where they can. And they're going to avoid open conflict unless they can see a way to get one over on you. Like they need to have the pressing advantage. So they're a rival house. Their hatred is a rival level. Reason. Why do they hate you? They hate you.
No reason.
For no reason. No one knows why these houses are rivals, including them. They just are. Only a few among each house might even question the situation.
Hilarious.
The game designers ran out of ideas at 19 and 20.
Like, it's one of those things where it's like maybe your house has always hated them, and by your generation, it's one of those like, I mean, we have our personal reasons why we don't like them, but I don't recall why we fought each other in the first place. Like, what was our first engagement? We just kind of hate each other now, which we're cool with, but
I imagine we had a particularly we had some leader in the past that was very hated their form of religious practice on like a personal level, and so he instigated conflict. Now, no one else really had that, drive to fight them, but when the fight starts, the retaliation starts justifying retaliation on its own. It doesn't matter why we started originally.
Well, one of your great grandmothers was a Silvani. That'd be enough. I was really hoping
if I say yes to that, do I get to do face paint and smoke stuff?
Well, yeah.
You're a noble. You get to do that anyway.
It's true. You can get spice, really. So,
I was really hoping you'd land on theft, and we could work that just straight into our intellectual property. You took our art.
What? We put it in our church. It's religious reclamation. No, it isn't. It's intellectual theft. Give it back.
Right.
What's type?
Minor house.
They are a minor house. And more accurately, they're actually you may want to put, because it is more accurate, they are a nascent house. They are a very recent problem within the last century or so. They're a new problem.
All right.
But still, they're minor. A nascent house is still a minor house. They're just one that are so new that they haven't had a chance to build up a big stuck. And I'll point out to you, you may notice that on the map, they don't have any dedicated territories. That's because they're kind of scattered across Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. Although on Salutaris, they are probably very unwelcome. Like, look, take it somewhere else, or what? Or we'll kick. It's our moon. We don't have to let you be here.
Also, their major mission isn't here. Like, they have a whole thing, and it's on the planet.
Yeah.
There's not really any objectives for them to achieve here except get recruits.
Yeah.
And fight for us for some reason.
Like, you guys are so mad about something. Like, we're not even mad at you anymore. I mean, we don't like you because you all suck. Hey, see? That's not what we were getting at, for the love of... Oh, whatever. Get off my moon. But freedom of religion. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Unless I say it is. No. Yeah, so we're going to take a short break, so I have to step away from the machine for a second. But next up, I think we're going to work on either more details about the house in the Houses of Lansard, or we can work on character generation, because we still have a bit more time before we have to close up. So I'll be right back, everybody. Oh, no, I'll mute you guys for now and just leave the music going, unless you guys want me to leave you rolling for record's sake.
I don't really care.
How dare you?
I don't care.
Either way.
See you in a bit, everybody.
Go with the other one because that's what you actually wanted. Right.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll take a mentat then in that case.
We lost our physician and gained a treasurer.
In the
Yeah.
meantime. It's just I'd like to play it, but I struggle to see what kind of role I'd fill. And I'm more comfortable with playing a treasurer, I guess.
You would have the important role of taking care of my kid every time they get measles or the mumps or whatever.
Oh, that's grand.
Just like
And
chicken
making our
pox
troops
is your
better.
primary concern.
Yeah, no, it's just in the grand scheme of things, I don't think the
Keeping us alive.
Yeah, that is the grand scheme of things, I guess, but I also want to, participate in development. Mm.
So it's like, this is a question for fellow players. Is our goal to become a major house? I mean, is that what we're kind of working towards as the house?
I think it should be. Maybe not like rushing it, but I think every step we take should be like building us up in some form.
Yeah, I mean,
personally-
I think becoming a major house, not in a we have to kick these other people out because we don't like them, but in a the Imperium is a zero-sum game. right? We have to displace them if we're going to survive.
Personally, I think we should carve out a piece of Dune, but that's me.
I guess
What do you mean like by go off world? And I mean you have to leave where we're at and right. So do we think maybe we should make that our campaign goal? Is the campaign is like the rise of house whatever we are?
yeah, and I guess I would prefer if it's not gonna like I don't want to ditch the campaign by saying we try to go somewhere else. But if you're cool with it, then as the GM, then I think not trying to eliminate the current major house or force them down, but trying to find our own planet would
Yeah,
be
trying
the
to
way to go.
yeah, I think I'd like for us to kind of go for a rise to a major house and to do it in a non-warfare kind of way, not just because that we're kind of trying to go things about a different way, but trying to do it in a kind of establishing our own independence without having to bury anybody along our way unless we absolutely have to.
Hmm.
I mean, besides religious fanatics, because obviously.
But yeah, I'm definitely down for that path.
Well, what else of house statistics do we have left? Well, it should be mostly up to our ruler now.
Ah,
Yeah, no.
I don't even I
No.
don't even understand that piece of
Please
art.
no.
I don't. I don't. I can't wrap my brain around it. And don't do it at work.
That's on a public street, for the record.
I know, but still, I'm not sure. Not sure every manager might understand that. Well, look it up at work at your own risk. Put it that way. Okay. So I have a couple of questions about Bene Gesserit characters. Question 1: can you start as a Reverend Mother? I mean, because I know technically you could take the talent, but it also says you have to have the trait. Yeah. Mm. Ah! Okay, so I'll think about that because there's several different ways you can go. And second, looking at the Silvani template, is the Imbiber of the Royal Mood Tea a talent that is open to Bene Gesserit as well? Okay, I figured since it works with Bene Gesserit talents.
Okay, so question, are we using the planned creation or the creation in play? Okay, character sheets, please.
No, I've been clicking it and getting nothing.
Yeah, same.
I don't want.
Yes. Oh, I.
Yep.
Okay, so can we go through this step by step? No, I already got them all. All of them.
True, he does. It's pretty impressive.
Even the adventures.
He doesn't look like a swordmaster.
Yep. Funny, she doesn't look Druish. She's a base. Who knew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why the hell not? Oh, oh.
Yeah, it's in the powers and yeah.
Okay, help me right here on the character sheet. I have this additional trait, Mentat. I put that under faction, or... Okay. And let's see, what pages can I read these talents? And are there additional ones? Just tell me which book it is. On page? Oh, the Talaxu is like the robot, what's his name? Duncan Idaho, right?
Yeah, and they do the face dancers. They can change their appearance to mimic whoever. Who's played so well by the guy who always plays psychopaths in sci-fi series back in the original Dune.
Well, I'm quite fond of Just regular mentat discipline. Sounds good to me. I think I'll take that one.
I might go with. Sorry. I was saying I might go with the Silvani template, actually. Yeah. Why not? Sounds cool. And the house we've built has motivations that and values that are not opposed to the Silvani. So,
Right.
if I was part of House Malevolus, it would be harder to explain. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll pay one of those.
Okay, and what's next after you pick a talent? $113. Right, which one would you say is the most applicable one for this role that I'm going to be filling? Steward, maybe? Right. What is the primary thing I'm going to be rolling though? That's the question. Like I'd like some explanation of all these well, drives or skills, yeah. Combat, yeah. Mhm. So you said discipline and understand. Okay. So one is marked as a primary, one is marked as a secondary. Where are you finding the descriptions, by the way? I'd like to just have a read for myself real quick. Oh, okay, let me see. Uh-huh. Okay, well, I'd like to take communicate and understand, I suppose. I think those two will be okay. Making one, I guess, because that doesn't exist. So communicate and understand. Hmm. Give me a second. So I imagine this character as someone who can gather lots of very complex data, but also present it in a way that a regular person could understand. Someone who is not a mentat. Hence the focus in communication. So very analytical, but also very presentable. Gathers gathers large amount of information, processes it, and then formulates it into such a nice little presentation that everyone can understand. Or makes a plan within a plan within a plan within a plan and presents that plan. Plan. Okay. Where do you want me to put that down? Okay, got it. Yes. No, communicate and understand. Okay. Let me see a couple. Let's see, understanding focuses. I think there might be easier ones.
Would strategy fall under communicate or understand? Okay.
Understanding data analysis sounds pretty good. Or communicate. I think charm might be okay. Maybe. What do you think? Yes, this is why we cannot afford it, or this is why we can afford it, but we shouldn't. Okay. I did the calculation 7 times over. So in focuses, I have to note down that one skill is primary and another is secondary, right? Okay.
Would you say combat awareness would be move or understanding? I'm trying to come up with a good move focus. I'll go swift.
We get 4 focuses in total to start with, right?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm at that stage where I'm just trying to get, trying to get my 4th focus.
Communicate. Neato. Okay. Okay, hang on, I'm just gonna swap around the primary and the secondary. So this is a 6, this is a 5. And how does the point scoring go? 1 for 1 or? Interesting. What's the upper cap? Oh yeah. Well, not bad. How much did you say I had? 4? 5? 4. 5. Okay.
Is Italian for beauty. And Finzi is a Italian astro engineer.
Okay,
I was trying to think of something Italian or German because the Empire of Dune really evokes the Holy Roman Empire for me. So
Yeah. Fair enough.
so I didn't know if we wanted to be a little bit more on the nose or not. I don't speak Italian. I just find references on the internet. I think it's bellezza, but or at least Google tells me that's how it's said. Or Google told me how it's said, and I'll inform you through a rather intense Texan accent of what my understanding of that is.
Okay, I've got my skills all divvied up. Along with the primary and secondary ones?
Oh, something I was going to ask earlier. So,
Okay. Okay.
I thought about seeing if you wanted to connect backstories, Bob, on that. While serving off-world, I met you and asked you to come serve the house, or if you thought that you had already been in service to the house before this character ascended to lead it.
No, I could have met you off-world and
Because
agreed
then we
to come.
fought together at some point.
Yeah. Like I said,
That way we have
I'll-
some appreciation for what each other's capable of.
Yeah, because even though I'm kind of building myself as a combat character, that doesn't mean I can't do other things, and your character would know what I am capable of. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's the whole.
Not only that, like,
Yeah.
I have a son I want you to come protect and teach him how to fight like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the thing, that's why I'm kind of playing it off as a. Oh wait, he's a sword master. Like
Yeah, 'cause-
he really does not look like one.
Because I was thinking, right, either I met you, and so we we're contemporaries, or as a sword master, you were serving the house before I led it, which means you're more of like a mentor to me.
I'd probably prefer going contemporaries. Like
Okay.
you impress. Like obviously, I'd be better in the fight, but
Yeah.
you impress me enough to where I've gone. Do you know what? I'd like to serve you and your house. Would you take me?
Too bad I'm already married, but you know.
Oh,
I don't know. One moment of passion on the battlefield. It's okay.
of course.
Okay, I've got my focuses. I've got my focuses. What's next?
Yeah, that was a moving on.
We're not a shipping company. We build the ships. We don't ship them.
Yeah, I think I'm at drive now. Yeah.
From
Yeah, single most important and high priority.
Okay, I've chosen my talents. 2 additional ones you said, right? Yep, I got 3 talents. I went full on the Mentat route. I got the True Agenda and I got the Trance. Mhm. Okay, I'll do that. So we rate them from 8 to 4, right? Okay, done. Okay. Okay, how's this for a drive statement for justice? We are all equal under the auspices of the Emperor. That settles that then. I just thought of that one. Here's one for duty. The house commands me, and by extent, my talents. Mm. The numbers don't lie. There you go. Numbers don't lie. It's true. They can obfuscate, but they never lie. Yeah. The fact that I can doctor the numbers doesn't matter, right? Next one. Hmm.
So, I was kind of thinking about this in the from my understanding of the book, I should have general access to a personal shield and a sword because all nobles kind of use those frequently. But I didn't know if I needed to dedicate assets to those. Because like I don't expect I sleep like in range of a sword, right? That's why I have a sword master. But if I'm going anywhere, I have these.
Could you help me? Could you help me out with this one? I'm struggling to think what would be like, you know. I mean, I know Arillis had some assets, I remember those, but I don't know, they're vastly different games and universes. What will be a good asset for I don't know, a treasurer to have? That's tangible first and foremost. Let's get that out of the way. I'm looking at the Silvani assets. None of them particularly speak to me. Mm-hmm. No, well, the Royal Blue Moon Tea is kind of negated by my trance ability, right? I'm looking at most of them like warfare or non-tangible stuff. Chris knives, and I suppose we can have Chris knives. But also like the Ixiom probe looks really cool, but that's a whole lot of text. So hey, have you guys seen my Ixiom probe? Oh god, put it away!
Because of the role of this character, I wanted to get others' opinions that these values don't sound like anything that's gonna bring me into direct conflict with someone else instantly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that in
That's-
order of
I'm-
their importance?
No, justice, power, then duty.
Okay.
Justice is an 8, power is 7, duty is 6.
Yeah, I've got duty 8, truth 7, and justice 6.
I got truth 4. I don't care. I don't care what the truth is at all. If it doesn't serve justice, duty, or power, the truth can go to hell. As far as skills went, I went with 8 on communicate because I think that no one is acting as a envoy or diplomat.
Right.
So I think I have to do that. So I took communicate 8 with diplomacy and innuendo. I took battle 6 with dueling out of personal interest, and that's because that's how I met Bob. And then understand 6 with advanced technology because I don't think anyone has really taken or said they were going to take anything that was kind of in line with our domains. And I thought, right, if this character has been raised to lead this house, I'm certain their parents put great effort into them having a good understanding of highliners and their construction, because that's how we're going to survive. So like
Corby, what kind of quality do we get for these beginning assets? I didn't want to take anything crazy. I was thinking a Redulian Crystal and a Memacorder. And for the third one, I might actually take the Ixion Probe. There's a way. And there's a way. I think the question is, are you ready to face the truth?
Just sort of say, are we allowed like troops as a asset? What would be the limit? It's like page 201, 202.
Yeah, you rival the Sardaukar, which is not a place you want to be in the eyes of the Emperor.
I mean, yeah, I think I might give myself a quality 3 elite troop. Like I said, I don't plan for them to be deployed, but it's one of those.
We need
oh
to have
shit
them as an
ones.
option. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the other two things I was looking for would be, I put it down as a Silvanus spear, but that could be changed, and like a semi shield. Yeah, but it's noted down as a semi shield.
So houses have assets, right? Because I don't know how much stuff I should have that kind of belongs to the house. Right, a fortress feels like it belongs to the house. Okay. Because the main book talks several times about house level assets. Then I need to take supply contract with the guild.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna throw the idea of having a shield and a sword personally on me to actually have the assets that the house needs to make money. Feel like that's got some quality to it. You can't just walk up to the guild and ask them for this.
Okay, I think I got all my assets. I chose the Redulian Crystal, the Mem Quarter, and a Corporate Spy.
So I'm going to. So, out of curiosity, what would a marshal typically like? What are the tools of the trade, so to speak? I would assume some sort of weapon is routine if they're doing official duties. But would it be ranged or melee? Okay. Mm. Gotcha. So I'm thinking of taking a personnel carrier just because that way I have a way to, uh, deploy my people, because I assume I'm not just a single person. I assume I have people under me who help me be the marshal. So, yeah.
So I mean, do you need to take an asset that is those people, or
Well, that would be another question. Do we need to do that?
I mean, yeah, there's a specialist asset that has military police as one of its things. The quality 2.
Where is that?
It's 202, the top of 202.
Gotcha. I think I will take that.
Because
That's the one.
I have done, when we used assets in the Klingon game, I did what you are doing, and it was pretty powerful. I had troops, and I specifically took an asset that was troop transports that were fast enough to keep up with our fast ships. So there was never a time of the party is somewhere, but we don't have our backup yet. It was always that wherever we wanted those troops to be, they were there fast.
So
And that can be pretty powerful.
So change of plan in that case. What I'm going to do is have a personnel transport an emergency communicator or transmitter and a specialist asset.
So, GM, am I reading this right? That the truth sayer ability is just a drug. It's not a talent combined with a drug. Because I find the truth sayer drug under assets, but doesn't seem to be like a matching talent, like truth sayer trance or. I'm just kind of double checking that.
We all seem to be leaning in the same direction.
Which is
That's good, isn't it?
Like truth, justice, duty, power.
Yep.
My top 3 are duty, which is I will do what I must in service of my house and people. My second is power, and the statement is power must be used wisely and cleverly. And the third one is justice. All life is a cycle. What we put out comes back to us.
Yeah, so
faith will fuck itself.
really, yeah, we all are some high value of justice and duty, and either power or truth.
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, it does say in the text that you have to be a Reverend Mother, apparently, to use it. Some remarkable Bene Gesserit Reverend Mothers. So. No.
What goes after the assets? The Chico. Okay, and after that?
Yeah, would it be possible to take the asset raw materials in that sometime in the past, either maybe land rights or raw materials at some time in the past, a predecessor of mine purchased some of the rights to the sap on the planet, right? We still it's not really a thing the house owns. It's more of a thing that my family owns as investors, kind of. Yeah, we have the right to buy and sell, which I assume would be a limited right. Not many people can buy from the source. Would you count that more as land rights in that we actually have purchased some of the land, or raw materials in that we've gotten some access to the goods? Okay. I then need quality on fortress and raw materials sap. What would what? Would the tribes respond poorly to me having land rights there? Like, okay.
So, how are we able to up the initial quality of our assets? Okay, so all your assets at the beginning start at 0, quality-wise. Okay. Right. Right.
For the land rights, okay. Sorry.
Okay, how exact does it need to be, or can it be ambiguous? Okay, let's see what it's about. Maybe that'll.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Land rights to the deep forest. Did the keywords sound correct? Land, production, sap, and scarce.
So, like, I have a question. So the asset intelligence. Do we need to specify, like, okay, I have intel on X group? Because in the book, it's very broad and vague. And that's on Perpetrator 209. So I could say, like, Intelligence, Redeemer, Inquisition. Right. Okay.
Do we need to add anything to complications?
Oh, good golly. So, hey everybody, welcome back. I've been talking this whole time in the stream. You've been hearing everyone else, not me. Sorry about that.
Hey,
Thankfully
you
this
didn't say
happened
anything
since
important.
0. It's all secret information. Well, at least they heard you guys, so. From context. Anyway, mildly embarrassed. Apologies to anyone watching this after the fact. Don't worry, that's not going to happen again. I know why that happened. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I got really thrown off there.
Yeah, so complications.
Oh yes, complications. So, in Dune, some complications can be inflicted on you, like injuries, physical or emotional. And those can stick with you until you deal with them. So that's why it has a dedicated complication bit, because some complications hang on to you for a while. And they may not necessarily be injuries, they may be you're scared or you're angry or you're confused, whatever. Or drugged, even.
Yeah, I think the only things I've got to do now is obviously fill in a house, a faction, and how many traits should I have?
House is, well, you have to figure out what your house name is. Faction, you are not part of any of the factions. You're just part of the house. Wait, no. Don't you get one from Swordmasters? I guess they're not really a faction.
That's like a trait called Guinness Swordmaster.
And our initial assets can be up to +2.
Yes. In faction, you will want to put in Ginzaz Swordmaster, because you're not just any Swordmaster, you're a Ginzaz Swordmaster. So that says you have some tie to the Swordmaster schools.
These ambitions are killing me, man.
Ambition's the big one. Yep. That is the big honking deal of your character. I would say derive a little bit from your drive statements. That kind of helps point. Your drive statements are kind of pointing what way your character wants to go. And the other thing to point out as well, ambitions can change. Like you can swap it out if as you're playing, you're like, wow, this ambition never comes up, or I actually don't care about it. That my character and I both don't care about this as much. I'm gonna switch it out. I have an idea what my ambition really is. So you're not locked in for the duration of your character, just at the start.
I think now all I need to do is give myself a name, and I can come up with an actual backstory as I go along.
Yeah.
As far as assets go, does the Swordmaster just affect his troops, or does he affect the rest of our troops?
I know in the house management terms, he can give them a focus and 2 weapons, like every troop in the house. It's the same 2 weapons, but
yeah. So it doesn't affect quality. It's just like
okay.
when you create a supporting character from any of your soldiers, you because you have a Swordmaster, it's like that automatically happens before you spend it, before anything else. Not before anything else, but they all have that. Even if they suck at it, they have it.
GM, how's this ambition? Can you take a look?
No. Hard.
Please.
Expose Chome's corruption to the Emperor. I might highlight to you the Emperor is part of CHOAM.
Well, yes, but the Emperor should see the truth.
But he's not. He doesn't run the day-to-day operations.
Oh, I mean, actually, you know what? You could keep it to the Emperor, but you could narrow it to expose CHOAM's corruption.
Oh,
But
yeah.
then again, based on your drives, you may say no. But from your character's point of view, dear Emperor, look at what the CHOAM's doing. I'm trying to help you. In which, believe me, if House Carino can get one over us on the rest of the CHOAM, I think he'd take that bit of information.
Yep, just sure. Exposing CHOAM's corruption sounds like a good thing. So now all that's left is to name myself, and well, when we name our house, enter that in, right?
Yep. Because everything else is personality, appearance, relationships, your name, all that stuff.
Well, like Frank Herbert, I shall draw my inspiration from the endless light of Islam.
What is there a way to alter? I'm trying to think of something space-based because we're so space-based.
Mm-hmm. I just let Inslee's intelligence things.
What?
High quality intelligence, good God. It makes sense, it's just funny. I just saw it. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Well, it's like our enemy and our primary economic source.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I think that will come in handy later when we get to the point, hopefully, of trying to fund an expedition and get a planet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're about to do this. Aha!
One thing I'll caution you, and this is the other reason, all of you, the reason why they said part of the reason they suggest a tangible asset is that when I attack, one of the things you can do in combat is you can attack the person, or more often in Dune, you attack the asset.
Right.
Now, if I attack a tangible asset, a building, a sword, a shield, whatever, I knock it out of commission, I get it out of your control, but you can pick it up again. So it's very rare that the consequence of me hitting an asset is its destruction. However, if I attack an intangible asset, it is very likely that the intangible will be destroyed. So
right.
in an intrigue, in an intrigue battle, I'd be more scared of your intelligence being destroyed. But like in your day to day, I wouldn't sweat it that much. It's just a thing to be aware of. Be defensive over your assets if I'm starting to swing at them, because that may be your enemy trying to destroy that intelligence. Once they become aware of it, because they have to find out they have to know you have it in the first place for them to attack it. So you'd either have to bring it into the fight as a thing you're using, or that's the whole reason of the fight is that I'm trying to destroy it, which you'll know that's what I'm trying to do.
Those assets would be handy in an espionage style conflict, though, because that's really what I'm trying to think around that type of conflict is probably where my character's focusing.
100%. Intelligence is 100% stuff you'd use in those kind of fights, because it's the way you'd attack somebody or the way you defend yourself from something, or make it easier to find the connections. Because the weird thing in intrigue fights or espionage fights, the big thing is gathering information is what you're trying to do more often than anything else. Because the battle map isn't filled in right away. You have what's relevant, and most of an espionage fight is you trying to fill out the map more to find the connections. It's one of the rare times in a 2D20 game I can think of where you don't see the entire board generally. Right. Like Warfare Skirmish, you generally know what the battle is, what the stakes are. Is espionage, the whole point is figuring out what exactly is going on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like in this context, like spies and assassins fall into intangibles. I believe so. Triple check that. I want to say yes.
I mean, they're people like soldiers are. If soldiers can survive a conflict, so can
Yeah, but the
Spy.
thing is, like, okay, you've got a spy, but if you lose that spy, even if the spy isn't dead, he's burned. It's the
Burned in
asset's no
that
longer-
context, but you can send him somewhere else.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And double checking. Intangible is more about information gain, contacts, information,
Okay.
favors. If I attack your spies, what happens in an espionage fight? If I attack your spy asset and knock them down, I might not have killed all your spies. Depends on the context of the fight. But normally,
Right.
I might go, I've just blown their coverage. Your spies go, nope, sorry, spy master. We're gonna try to reestablish our covers, but we're screwed. We can't do anything
Right.
for the next few hours, which is we're useless to you now. Like, oh darn, all right, well, now I know. Unless it literally was, I take spies into a military base, I might go, be warned, they might get killed if they're captured.
Right.
You might lose them. Same thing with same thing with tangibles. I throw my knife at the worm on Arrakis. It's like, look, normally they don't get destroyed, but worm eats your knife.
Right.
You're not getting that back. It's an extreme example, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I'm stuck on my tangible asset. I don't know if I want a spy or the truth sayer drug or the fancy blue tea.
So what is a retainer? I can't. It says it's in the house creation section, but I can't find it.
I think
Is it
we
just-
are.
Someone in another role?
One second. It's up to you.
Page 224.
224. Oh no!
Yeah,
no,
that's the asset, but it doesn't tell you what a. It says it covers the creation or the establishment of retainer assets in chapter 3, but I can't find it. Is that the section that's talking about people as resources?
no. Maybe it is. No, that's talking about how people are pushed into service.
So
Hmm.
an ambition doesn't have to be like necessarily a discrete goal. It could be kind of like an ongoing thing. Like I don't know. Protect the house's secrets.
All right, I'll answer that in a
Weird.
moment.
Oh, sure, sorry.
No, yeah, I'm really confused by House Retainer because I don't know what the book's on about. That doesn't make sense what it said. It's House Retainer. Okay, so context. It's an intrigue asset of some kind. Not a courtier, it's not confidant, it's a house retainer. House president survivors, low personnel, nature quality responsibilities vary dramatically, but all extensions of such considered assets covers the creation of a house, guidelines for creating retainer assets before and during play. Oh, no, it's telling us in the wrong part. That's why. That's why we're all screwed up. What it should be saying to you is supporting characters on page 136, 137. Because I'm like, what is it on? Because you're only allowed so many, like, you can have as many minor supporting characters as you want, because that's like your regular no-name guard, your regular no-name spy. We don't care what the name is. Go do a thing. Here's your stats. Notable supporting characters have a name and they have a reason they exist. They come, but you're only allowed to have so many of those. So you as a house retainer, if you have a house retainer, you'd have a notable supporting character that you're saying, no, from the go, there's a notable supporting character already established, and I have ready access to them. Don't know why it pointed you at house rules though. I will double check with like erratas and stuff, but that makes the most sense in the context of that talent asset.
How many are we limited to?
Up to 5 for the house. There are ways to buy more, but that's a venture. 5 notable supporting characters can exist. And there's rules for how they're built and all that stuff on 7. Ambition.
And this is really like characters who we're interested in making roles.
Generally, yeah. Usually,
because we could name. I could name that an heir exists, but if we don't care about that heir being a major part of adventures, it doesn't need to have stats or be a supporting character.
Exactly. And also, like other 2 to 20 systems, supporting characters are how you might involve the player may involve yourself without putting your main architect character. You might not want to make your architect character an agent, as in an architect usually uses their assets to do stuff for them. An agent is a player character who I could use my assets, but sometimes I personally need to be involved. So I'm making myself an agent in this. So notable characters are a way to go. I'm sending an agent, but just not sending my main guy, because my main guy is really powerful. I don't want to lose them in whatever this nonsense is. Or it doesn't make sense for my guy to go there. Or do that. Character's ambition is a short phrase describing their ultimate goal or desire, and defined by their highest drive at time of character creation. Change over time, especially if the high drive changes. And what was your proposed ambition again? There, Ensley? Oh, he's BRB. Darn. Oh well. I had that percolating while I was talking about the other thing. I was like, oh, shoot. Oh, well.
All right, back.
So for ambition,
Yeah.
what was your proposed ambition again?
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out. It wasn't necessarily a proposed ambition.
Okay.
Does it need to be more like a discrete, specific goal, or can it be something a bit more broader and ongoing? Like,
It describes it as an ultimate goal or desire.
For the character in particular.
For the character in particular.
Okay. That kind of clarifies things for me.
It's tied generally to your highest drive, but your drive statements kind of help define that
Right.
as well. But your highest one's why they're doing what they're doing. That's why they're so good. That's why they overcome where others fail.
Right.
And that's why they get better, because unlike most characters, you're going to get stronger, and your average minor support character never does. I'm a guard. My job is to guard this door. I get paid really well, and I have a
Right.
nice life. Like, I'm better than you, buddy, by leaps and bounds, and I'll get scary. Although you're kind of scary anyway as a Reverend Mother, but you know.
Yeah, and I went full on Biddy Jesuit. I mean, the Pranabendo, which you have to have other memory and then voice. So, yeah, she's very scary.
Oh, I'm gonna info dump you because of other memory.
Yeah,
Forward to that.
That's fine.
Now I have to think of all the things Reverend Mother knows. I know what some of it is, but like, there's other stuff I have to think of as well that makes sense. Not all of it, because you might not, you know, the minutia of the history of Silvanus isn't relevant.
Well, and honestly, I might wait to fill out my ambition until after that info dump, because that kind of makes sense. There probably is going to be something in there that's going to fit in for me to go, okay, because my highest drive is truth. And there's probably going to be something in there that'll make me go, okay, I want to learn why this is, or why this group is doing that kind of thing. So I think I'll wait until I get the info dump.
Yeah, that's fine, because there's a couple bombshells that the Reverend Mother knows that they just aren't keen to share, but you may bandy that at your leisure, because you would be the new Reverend Mother. It's like, well, if you think it's the better move, you're the new Reverend Mother, so you figure it out.
Yeah. Well, and my truth statement is the truth cannot hide from me. God, she is kind of scary.
Yeah. I mean, I think all of our characters are kind of scary.
Yeah.
To be frank.
Yeah, just in different circumstances.
Yeah.
So what, did you guys figure out a house name? I've seen lots of pitches so far.
What was the meaning of Venezi or
is it a is it just a Italian aeronautical engineer who did stuff for aerospace engineering, which I was trying to think of, trying to find things that were somewhat related to building spaceships, and either Italian or German.
Question: are we all going to be a part of the family, or is only Winchester going to be part of the family?
I know at least your Swordmaster isn't part of the family. He seems to
Yeah, I'm like a family friend.
My character is one of the Silvani, so I don't think I am part of the house.
Right, and I, as a Mentat, probably would also not be of the family, right?
It's possible that your family sent you to train with the Mentats, and then it's one of those, like, your family's like, no, like the previous ruler may have said, no, I'm buying his contract. He's my Mentat. I'm sending him to you, and I'm paying him back. It's like, that's a lot of money. I know. I'm willing to make that investment. Oh, okay. Okay, sure, if you want to.
Last names in the Imperium are generally like Latin sounding, right?
Generally, yeah. There are exceptions, obviously.
I mean, Harkonnen is firmly Norwegian.
Oh, I'm kind of fucked then.
But yeah, all kinds of people from Old Terra left and scattered across the stars, so don't feel too boxed in there.
Yeah, I've just given myself a Norwegian name.
I don't know. I like House Beleza. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't want to settle on that if everybody was like, that's too on the nose.
I mean, you may be made fun of by a few nobles here or there, but Ikaz are like, nah, perfect name. Your name fits your purpose. Your name fits your form. So sure.
Apparently, Bellezza. House of Bellezza.
God. Italians in chat, don't attack me. Or commenters after the fact in the VODs. Oh no, I have to mute the thing. Oh no, I have to mute it every time my mic stops working every time I say the house name. That way I don't get yelled at for saying it wrong.
Bellezza. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out my final practical asset, whether it's gonna be a spy or like some sort of tea.
Yeah, because the... Did you take the... Well, yeah, there's the... From the...
I mean, I would... advancing, I could get, if I had the asset of the blue tea, then, when I advance and get a talent, I could take the imbiber and then get all the kicks from that. And I'd already have the asset. But then, there's also the truth teller, but I'm not really sure I want to be the person that gets pulled in anytime somebody's doing an interrogation. I have better things to do than be a living
lie detector.
Lie detector, yeah. So I may just go for the
Hey,
T.
it works for the Reverend Mother on Kaitan. Well,
yeah.
Works.
But then again, there's also, it'd be handy to maybe have a political spy in the Lansrod to keep an eye on the larger conflict between Kaz and Moritani and how that might rain down on our heads. So, but we'll see. But I'm probably leaning towards the blue tea just because that kicks in so well with some of the Bene Gesserit stuff. We'll see. But yeah, I think I am done. Her highest skill is understand. I designed her skills around the espionage conflict. So understand 7, move 6, discipline 6, then communicate 5, and battle 4. Focuses in deductive reasoning, stealth, espionage, and intimidation.
Golly.
Did anyone go up to an 8?
Yes. I am the human computer, so my understanding must be 8.
You're not wrong.
Well, I mean, I left myself the advancement ability to go up to 8 in understanding, but
How many focuses are we supposed to have?
4.
Okay.
Also, Ensley, you'll need more. You should have more trait. You only have the one
Oh,
trait
yeah.
so far.
Yeah,
okay.
I've got 2.
What's the second trait come from?
Your reputation or what kind of person you are.
I have finished.
Reverend Mother of Bene Gesserit, comma, scary.
You could do that. Some Reverend Mothers are nice and warm and matronly. Others are, I am the Reverend Mother. Holy hell. Okay, just leave her the hell alone. I'm here to help you. You're scary. Oh, right. I have to do a check, don't I?
Yeah. Okay, I'll have to think about what her personality is going to be. That probably falls in with what kind of token I'm going to use. Katharine Hepburn from The Lion in Winter.
Would you think, as a trait, unassuming the fact that I'm trying to go, wait, that guy does not look like a swordmaster?
You could, yeah.
Inconspicuous?
Inconspicuous.
Yeah, I'll go for that one.
Plans. So, okay, let me check. Should have. That's our master inconspicuous. Yeah. Most people have just the. Oh, you should have your second trait should be from your archetype. People should have. If someone's part of a faction, they should have 3 traits, but everyone who's not part of a faction should have 2.
Okay, I think
So-
that would be dueling for me then.
So it's archetype.
Faction,
No, it's
archetype,
faction.
personality.
Okay. So Reverend Mother of Bene Gesserit, spy,
Yeah.
and personality.
I like her for her personality, personally. Nah. Okay.
Yeah, my character has personality traits of Silvani, Tactician, and Gregarious. Because I think the first one comes from your faction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice just to play a game where we're all on the same page for once.
Yeah.
for your tribesperson, I'll give you some. I have to actually. I might be able to dig up pretty quick. I have it here. I did think up the tribe names. I just didn't bother telling people what they were. It's like if you're not involved deeply with the Silvani tribes, the average person in the Imperium goes the Silvani tribes. Hand wave. I don't care about any one particular tribe because why would that matter to me as a noble? It's like, yeah, but I'm of the tribes. I'm one of them. Like, oh, well, yeah, you're part of one. You have a clan name, basically. But you didn't know what those were. I'll get those to you.
Cool.
I don't even know how to say that first part of the name for the ruler.
Oh, the title? Platzgrafen.
Falsgrafen?
Yeah, Platzgrafen. Count Palatine is the English way to say it.
Where is that?
It's the
Can
title.
I just call you a count?
No, that would be insulting. The family earned this slightly higher title.
Yeah, you're definitely a count, aren't you?
Well, Graf is a count. Yeah, so it's just.
Is it Falgrafsen? Falgrafsen? Is that an umlaut
It's not
or a
good.
straight line?
Oh, I see.
Erica the Third.
Falsgrafen.
Falsgraven. Erica the Third. Belesia. Or something.
Beleza.
Yeah, it's
Belize.
Volksgrafen.
Falsgraven. Okay.
According to
That's
Wikipedia.
umlaut, not a line. I get it.
Ah, the good old umlaut.
Sorry, I don't know the English word for it. Diaresis, I think. Is it a diaresis?
For what?
The little double dot accent.
I don't know if there is an English word. It's just umlaut.
Umlauts.
Yeah,
Umlaut.
it's just an umlaut.
Okay. Ah. Falsgrafen.
So, did we decide that anybody else was a member of the family or not?
I chose not to.
Yeah,
Oh, can you
I'm
can
just
you
a family friend.
My character can be. Why not?
like a cousin or immediate family?
Like, so. What I mean, if we want to do that pre-existing relationship, I was figuring more like somebody who would not be in the line of succession. Not that she's at all interested in that, but yeah, some sort of might as well be one blood relative in the group.
It's fine by me. It'll be like a reunion thing because as a Bene Gesserit and as this character as a Bene Gesserit and my character as someone who spent their last couple of years in the service of other houses as heir.
Right.
They probably haven't seen each other in a long time.
Since we were like kids, yeah.
But it might be that your father or mother was the sibling of my parent, the previous ruler.
Yeah, so we can be cousins on some level. That works.
Yeah, so there's some. I fired some names off it. Yeah, there are more than just the 5 tribes. There are at least 10 off the top of my head, but those are the 5 main ones that are anyone would know.
Can you turn the character creator the character button back on?
Oh, it should be on. I didn't turn it off.
It is off, but it's in settings where you can make sure that players are allowed to. It may be Roll20's just messed up.
People were making them the other day. Someone made one today, and I was like, "Oh, see, it works." And then, no, it doesn't work now. Why?
Okay, then can you make me 4 sheets in the NPCs?
And support characters, you mean?
Well,
NPC
only
sorry.
one of them. Only one of them is. Two of them will be support characters. One of them from our group pool. One of them as an asset to me,
Oh.
and then the other two are gonna be just children. They're gonna be heirs, so they won't even have stats.
I get you.
But I wanted to add at least a token in case they show up and a name and stuff.
How many in support? How many in NPC? How many sheets do you need?
4 sheets.
Each?
Oh, they're in separate places?
Yeah, there's under characters, there's support characters and NPCs. NPCs are like stuff.
Oh, you haven't shown. We don't have any yet, so I didn't know there was a folder for that. You may have created the folder, but with nothing visible for us in the folder, I can't see it.
Oh.
All I can see is NPCs.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't see any other PCs either.
So two of them
There you
two
go.
of them are going to have stats. Two of them will not have stats.
1, 2.
Cool. I picked my tribe because that particular tribe aligns very well with my GERD concept.
Oops, no, I got it.
And then you'll have to make all of them editable.
Yeah, I know. Figured that out. That's...
Actually, in fact, you might as well go ahead and make
Wait, did I get
a
everybody?
total of 6 sheets in the support characters, right? Because we get 5, and I've taken an asset to give me a 6th one.
Oh. Actually, I know what to do. 1, 2, 3. Easy way to do.
And I would think
Oh, they don't grant the access. That
there's 5 of us, so each of us should take and make a support that maybe a support that we can play if our other character's not getting called upon.
Yeah. That button. Sorry. Showed you a character. Nope, it didn't. Good. Let's close. So many copies. They're all goalless. This is now a Benny Talaxid game. Deal with it. Welcome to
Are you
Body
giving
Horror,
us a
the
bunch of
RPG.
extra ones? So how are we going to get more people? We can only have 5 supporting characters, right?
Oh,
You just feel like making extra sheets?
dang it.
Well, we can have 6. So there should be 6 supporting characters.
That's for great houses, bro.
Yeah, your house trainer doesn't give you an extra slot. It means that you've pre-established one. You have one that you have ready access to all the time. That's what.
Wait, say that again.
House retainer it doesn't increase how many support you can have. It means that one is from the go is established and your character has ready access to them. Your max is still 5 as a player group for notable supporting characters.
Oh, okay. Then can I guess move one of those extra sheets, that extra sheet you created, down to the NPC section.
There you go. Actually, what I'll do, because that's going to... I keep up there. Then I know they're not else. Because what I'm doing in NPCs as well, there are some NPCs that are hidden from you that I have slotted underneath House Valorian, House Harkonis, House Malo. That's how I'll be able to organize my guys. But your NPCs being there, it's like, well, I know they're not any of these houses, so they must be things you guys create or mentioned. They're the representation. They're the token asset, so to speak. Yeah, I buy. Yeah, that's a good clan for you, given what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're at a good point to wrap up for session 0, unless there's any pressing questions people want to ask me before we get going.
So, yeah, real quick. Sorry, I was looking at
No, it's okay.
token stuff. What was the deal about support characters? We're limited to 5 currently.
5 notable support characters, the named
Okay.
ones, as opposed to just
Okay.
regular spies, regular soldiers.
Right. So people who have stats and can roll.
Minor characters still have stats that are just not as good.
Okay.
And they're good, and minors are a good way in a pinch. Like if it turns out it's a full on just your sword master's going off to fight some baddies in an alleyway somewhere, and there's no reason for anyone else to be there. It's like, well, our supports don't make sense. Fine, we'll make some minor supports, and we'll play the additional guys around him to help him fight the baddies. So that way the action economy isn't killing. Is it a notable? No, but hey, there are people with numbers.
Right. Fair enough.
But minors you can have as many as you want. Notables are powerful because they have really good stats, and they get talents. They can have drive statements and all that.
Cool. Yep. Fair enough. Like I said, I'll figure out my final asset and then take the ambition from after the info dump.
Yeah.
I think. So.
One aside I'll say, I do like the based on what you guys chose for your banner, I do like how it wasn't intentional. It just happened this way. Whereas it's like the 2 moon-based minor houses have black in their banners, and the 2 planetary ones have white in their banners. Like, well, we're the ones on Silvanus. Well, we're the ones on Agrestis and Salutaris.
Right. We're in space.
Because you have orbital. That's the funny thing too. You have orbital resources. There we go. And so do Malvolus. It's like, well, we're building like artillery and logistic training centers. You're like, we're building a Highliner.
Yep.
Like, wait, all of those are for the Highliner? Highliners are big, dude.
Right. It's pretty. It's a pretty Highliner.
We need lots of workspace.
That's right. Cool. I'm excited. So yeah, like I said, I won't be here next week, but I'll catch up 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, well, we know where your character is. You're off meeting the Reverend Mother to get your other memory, to go through the agony. Where's this person? Exactly. They're off doing something. Some Bene Gesserit thing. Who knows? They're off in the deep wood.
Yeah, put your hand in the box. Just do it.
All right. Well, so next time, we will have our session 1. We won't worry about... I mean, people are free to look at the Houses of Landsrad to learn more about the specifics of how the extended house mechanics work, but we're not going to worry about them in the first couple sessions, because there's more thought you want to go into it and more planning and stuff, but that'll be probably decided on session 3. So for all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. For all of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And yeah, we have a lot of cool characters, as you may have heard. At least you heard from their side. You've heard what kind of house we have. There's some backstory that we'll explain more in detail as the sessions go on. And more will be revealed about these 3 worlds. And we'll have our opening next week. So hooray, I'll actually be playing that. Anything else to let you know? Not really. So I'll see you all, or we will all, almost all of us, see you next week. Good one.
Bye.
Oh my god. Just so... The good thing is the mic was only dead after the break. So I lost a little bit.
Are we out?
Yeah, I think so.